Good afternoon, good evening to some of you. Thank you guys for joining me. It is lot, a lot of going on in the news. Um, so please hit the like button on your way in. Uh, What else? What else? Oh, if you've learned something new on this program today, those are always my goals. So if you would hit the goals, if you learn something new, it is not a demand, it is not a request, it is your option. Okay, so let's get into this news. Um, it's unfortunate. It is really, really unfortunate that education is not a thing. Any type of values, any type of wanting to do better for yourselves, wanting to learn more, any type of family unit to instill something of sense seems to be very wanting and in this age. So you have to, you should wonder why when there is a black person that is talking about change, talking about the positive aspects of what you can achieve as a black person by doing certain things. All of a sudden, that person is the worst person in the world. They want to tell you that these people are the worst person in the world. They're a traitor to the country and all of this. However, we are living right now under an administration that is not shying away from white supremacy. But we had black people out here telling you why this person was a good person to be in office. Now those people are silent. Now these black people will not hold their heads out of a hole. Now, when you have people who are giving you right information, that's the people that they want to demagogue. Those are the people who they want to poo-poo and act as if they are doing something detrimental to you. So then you'll start listening to bullshit. You'll start listening to people who are on drugs, who are total alcoholics, and don't bother to take care of yourselves. Now, if you don't understand right now today, it is time to make sure that you take care of yourselves. Those who are going to be out here missing, those who are out here not knowing, oh well, uh, it's not like the information is not out here. So let me start with this.
America not living in a decent house without a job, his children destroyed. And after the war is over, you rebuilt Germany and you rebuilt Japan, and the black man is here in America not living in a decent house without a job, his children destroyed. Figure it out. You gotta be sober to see the tricks that's going down to rob you of your future, black man and woman. We fought in Vietnam and in Korea. Figure it out. What is Martin Luther King's life worth to us? Figure it out. What are our leaders' lives in black organizations destroyed by government policy? Figure it out. And when you lay down what you owe us the whole damn country, and we're not asking for that. We're asking for that. All we're asking is for justice. And that's the time. If you don't give us justice, you may lose it all. So, black students, you get busy. And you stop all this partying and foolishness. And you get your act together. As of tonight, you put down that reefer. And you put down that crack. And those pills and that drugs. And get your head screwed on right. You cannot live today with a half-high head. You gotta be sober to see the tricks that's going down to rob you of your future, black man and woman. Clean it up. Don't come to Illinois State trying to make a white university relevant to black people. That's wasting valuable time. Come here and extract the knowledge and then go back and use it to build your community, build your people, build for yourself. Don't you come out of here looking for a job. Come out with a mind to try and create a job. Do you hear me, brothers and sisters? Stop all this talk about I am an alpha, I am an omega, I am a kappa, I am a sigma, I am a delta, I am an AK. What is that but more Greek letters? Jesus said, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the ending, saith the Lord. Come together. Stop all this talk. Stop all this talk about I'm a Baptist, I'm a Methodist, I'm an Episcopalian, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, I'm a Church of God in Christ, I'm holiness, I'm Pentecostal. Stop that kind of talk. Jesus never spoke like that. Speak as he spoke. He was baptized, but he wasn't a Baptist. Talk to me. He never said he was a Methodist. He said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. He never said, I'm a Catholic. He said, I am the light of the world, meaning I'm universal. He never said, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, but it's a fact he was the witness of Jehovah. No question about it. He never said, I'm holy. He said, if the first fruit is holy, then the lump is also holy. He never said, I'm Pentecostal, but without Jesus appearing before the disciples, there wouldn't be any day of Pentecost. These are your denominations. These are your divisions. Prophet Muhammad never said he was Sunni. He gave us the Sunnah. He never said he was Shiite, but through his daughter Fatima, he had Hussein and Hassan. Huh? Come on. He never said he was Hanafi, Sufi.
Y'all. So we got Minister Louis Farrakhan standing at Illinois State University back in the day, telling black students.
Back in what day? This was over 20 years ago. And, it really trips me out. In this day, the only thing that your government has to offer you is legalizing marijuana to keep you high. To keep you high. People are still in prisons on marijuana charges because the charges for marijuana in black communities were way higher than other communities, even if they even bothered to arrest these people who were getting high. But now people want to act like, oh, it's the thing to do. It's the thing to do because they want to keep you off of your game. And so many people have fallen into always being drunk or high, always into where the next party is. But they cannot give you any information to tell you where the next business opportunity is, where the next job is. No, no, no. That's stuff that they keep amongst themselves. They will tell you where to get the good weed, but any good opportunity that they could share with you that they are a part of, no. They're not going to give you that information. They're going to give you some bogus information. And then when someone is giving you right information, they're going to try to act like they know better. And why? Because you're high and you think they are better because you buy into their bullshit. Because you buy into the bullshit. Let's continue. Let's figure out why I'm playing this and why this is important today. This he went to I think it was Carbondale University of Carbondale in Illinois over 25 years ago. Why is this relevant today? Let's continue.
To put down the reefer and pick up some books because you gotta be sober to see the tricks that's going down to rob you of your future. Meanwhile, white America is literally drowning in their own economic policies, hitting food pantries, choosing between gas and groceries, and crying on TikTok about how they can't make ends meet. But here's the thing. This is the same crowd that spent decades telling us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps while they were pulling the economic ladder up behind them. Now all of a sudden, when the chickens come home to roost and their own policies are destroying their communities, they want sympathy and government assistance. Chile, watching Farrakhan's prophecies come true in real time, is like watching a masterclass in I Told Y'all So with a PhD in economic karma. What's good, family? Welcome back to Chronicles of Blacks, where we document prophetic warnings that age like fine wine and serve you the unfiltered truth about what happens when you
Uh, well, some of us don't drink at all, but many of us who revel in drinking cheap wine, so they cannot receive this message that has aged like fine wine because they know nothing about fine wine. But I digress.
build a system on other people's oppression, and that system eventually turns on you. If this is your first time here, welcome to the Minister Called It headquarters. We serve facts with a side of spiritual insight and a tall glass of, by the time surely man is in loss. Before we get into this prophetic breakdown, make sure you hit that like, affecting those who thought they were protected. A collapse that proves the minister wasn't just preaching. He was prophesying 1980s to 1990s. Farrakhan warns that America's economic system built on exploitation will eventually collapse, affecting those who thought they were protected by whiteness. 2000s, Farrakhan teaches that the sun is setting on Western world supremacy, and that
Now, how many times have I informed you that the United States is a shrinking superpower? A lot of people don't want to. Why have you heard nothing on the for-profit media about BRICS and the spending power and the trading power that BRICS had? And the only thing that your government could do is to put tariffs on other nations that have only turned other nations away from trading with the United States. You're going to have to understand what's really going on in the United States of America. We're failing. Our dollar is weakening. Why do you think other nations are collecting gold? Because they're trying to get back on the gold standards to trade with each other, even the nations who are not in the BRICS. Why do you think that 45, 47 is trying to trade out our treasury to put it on some fucking coin, his stable coin, where he will collect dividends for every stable coin that is used. I've been talking about this. I've been talking about this. I've been talking about this. Uh, let's continue.
White supremacy as a system is unsustainable. 2010s, Farrakhan predicts that America's chickens will come home to roost, and those who built their identity on oppressing others will face their own oppression. 2020 to 2025. White working-class communities face unprecedented economic hardship, with food pantry usage up 400% in traditionally Republican counties. 2025. Tariff policies destroy American manufacturing costs, with equipment prices jumping $100,000 plus while wages stagnate. Present day. White Americans posting viral TikToks about choosing between gas and groceries, the exact struggles they dismissed when black people faced them. Meanwhile, the same people who called Farrakhan a hate preacher are now living the economic reality he warned about decades ago. And here's where it gets spicy. This isn't about celebrating anyone's suffering. It's about recognizing that a man who was dismissed as radical and divisive was actually reading the economic and spiritual signs that others refused to see. Now, let me show y'all exactly what Minister Farrakhan said that has aged like prophecy in a world that's finally catching up to his warnings. You got to be sober to see the tricks that's going down to rob you of your future, black man and woman. We fought in Vietnam and in Korea. Figure it out. What is Martin Luther King's life worth to us? Figure it out. What are our leaders' lives in black organizations destroyed by government policy? Figure it up. And when you lay down what you owe us the whole damn country. And we're not asking for that. Figure it out. We're not asking for that. All we're asking is for justice. And that's the time. If you don't give us justice, you may lose it all. Now hold up, hold up, hold up.
And see, let me make sure my mic is on. And see, you're not late. You're right on time when you get here. See, the thing about this that they are not telling you, that is why they want to take history out of the classroom, because they don't want you to understand that a black American free labor built this country up. And while you have people like Jillian Michaels come out and say that only 2% of Americans own slaves, giving you some bullshit number, a percentage of people in America when they were actually counting slaves as the people in America. And there were more slaves in America, especially in the South, that dealt in slavery than there were white people. But she wants you to believe only 2% of the people in America owned slaves. She didn't. She's counting the slaves, and she's counting the people in the North that didn't have slaves, to make you feel that your contribution of free labor in this country meant absolutely nothing, because so few people use you. When cotton was traded all over the world, the free labor that they got from slaves who were the only ones who were able to till this land. They would go to Africa, different parts of Africa, to seek out people who were good in agriculture, of certain things. If they wanted a rice field, they would go to this part of Africa. If they wanted people who were good working in the heat for long hours, they would go to another portion of Africa. If they wanted people who were good at good with what is it called? Uh, what is it called? Good with working with metals, they would go to a different part of Africa. So while you have people like Ron DeSantis saying that you don't are not owed any reparations because you were taught things in slavery, that you could come out into Jim Crow and make a life for yourself. as if when people came out of slavery, they just walked into 1990, with being able to go get a job, as if they didn't walk into Jim Crow, oppressive Jim Crow. And the simple fact that the history wants you to believe that these white people, upon bringing you here, were the ones who taught you anything, any any trade, any skills, when you had the skills in you from where you came. So they even want to take what you brought to America, your skill in building America, away from you, and try to pretend that the white man was the one who taught you these skills. That's why they want to take history out of schools. And some of you dummies believe it. Some dummies, not you in here. Some dummies actually believe that. Let's continue.
Did y'all catch what the minister just laid out? He wasn't just talking about reparations. He was warning about consequences. He was saying that a system built on injustice is unsustainable, that a country that refuses to pay its debts will eventually lose everything, that you can't build prosperity on other people's oppression without that oppression eventually coming back to destroy you. That wasn't hate speech. That was economic prophecy. That wasn't divisive rhetoric. That was diagnostic analysis. But wait, it gets better. Because let me show y'all what else Minister Farrakhan said that's playing out in real time. The sun is setting on Western world supremacy. Listen, just listen. Don't get emotional. Just listen. That kind of attitude, I'm better because I'm white, that don't work anymore. It's being challenged by the rising sun. The sun rose in the east again. The Japanese, you beat them in war, but now they're beating you in economy, in technology, in mathematics, in banking. Their society is much further advanced than this one. America is being a loser. She's decaying, not because somebody is more powerful on the outside, but there is a rot and a decadence going on inside America that is bringing this nation down. See, this is what happens when you have spiritual insight combined with economic understanding. The minister wasn't just preaching. He was analyzing global power shifts, economic trends, and the inevitable consequences of building a system on supremacy rather than justice. He predicted that America would decay from within, that the rot of racism and exploitation would eventually consume the very people who thought they were protected by it. And now we're watching it happen in real time. Now here's where I need y'all to really pay attention, because the hypocrisy is so thick it has its own gravitational pull and congressional district. This is the same crowd that spent decades calling Minister Farrakhan a hate preacher, a divisive figure, a radical extremist who was spreading dangerous rhetoric about America's future. They said he was anti-American for warning about economic collapse. They said he was racist for predicting that white supremacy was unsustainable. They said he was dangerous for teaching black people to prepare for hard times. When he told black students to put down that reefer and get your act together, they said he was being too harsh on black youth. When he warned that America's economic system would eventually collapse, they said he was being unpatriotic and pessimistic. When he predicted that those who built their identity on oppressing others would face their own oppression, they said he was preaching hate and promoting division. But now, when white people are facing the exact economic struggles that black people have been dealing with for generations, suddenly it's a national crisis that requires immediate attention and sympathy. Not this, baby girl, not that. You can't spend decades dismissing someone's warnings as hate speech, then act surprised when those warnings come true. You can't call someone divisive for predicting division, then cry about unity when that division manifests. You can't label someone anti-American for warning about America's problems, then expect sympathy when those problems affect you. The cognitive dissonance is astronomical, y'all. But let's zoom out for a second, because this isn't just about one minister's prophecies or even one country's economic collapse. This is about the spiritual and economic laws that govern how systems rise and fall. See, what Minister Farrakhan understood, and what many people still refuse to acknowledge, is that you cannot build lasting prosperity on other people's oppression. You cannot create sustainable wealth by exploiting others. You cannot maintain social stability by creating injustice. You cannot preserve your own freedom by denying freedom to others. These aren't just moral principles. They're economic laws, spiritual laws, natural laws that govern how societies function and how they fail. When you build a system that requires the oppression of others to maintain your comfort, you create the conditions for your own eventual oppression. When you create economic policies that benefit you at the expense of others, you create the instability that will eventually destroy your own economic security. When you use your political power to deny justice to others, you undermine the very foundations of justice that could protect you. And that's exactly what's happening in America right now.
Okay, I'm gonna end it right there because that is exactly what is happening in America right now. Now, I I have let me make sure I drop. I'm pretty sure this link is in my description box, but I'm going to drop it in the chat. Uh, we have to understand what is. Let me. This is the intro video. We really have to understand what is going on in the United States right now. Okay, I'm gonna drop this link right here. You can finish the rest of this link. Now, uh, we know that this nation um, came about using slaves and slavery to build itself up, and then it went to sharecropping, and then it went to Jim Crow. Always trying to have, hey Ebony, how are you? It is good to see you. Always trying to be sure that we were propping certain races up off of the hurt and the damage and the mistreatment of other races in this country. This is how this country came about. When they came about and they uh, just totally tore through the Native American population on purpose to steal their land. Now you look at what's going on in America today. Get out of my country. This is my country. My. All of the people who did absolutely nothing to contribute to the growth of this country other than using other people to work and build this country. You have, when they put the National Guards in Washington, D.C., you had people saying that Washington, D.C. was built by us. You had white people saying that Washington, D.C. was built by us. And you guys are going to have to get out of here. I played one video, I forget who it was. I think it was Stephen Miller, who was saying that you had people who came here to protest in the 60s and they never left. What protest was going on in the 60s? Civil rights protests were going on in the 60s. Dr. King had his I Have a Dream when all of those the whole Washington Mall was filled with black people. So that's what they were that's what he was trying to say, that you guys came here for protests and you never left. But what he is forgetting, Washington DC was a haven for freed black people all throughout history. Now, what he's also is not all throughout history, but what he's also omitting is that the government did what they always did. They gave money to white slaveholders to have their slaves come up and build most, if not all, of those monuments in Washington, D.C. A slave labor, where they paid the slave owner, who was not a black person. But now they have the nerves to say that they built Washington D.C. and during the protest, you guys came up here and never left. No, uh, but yeah, whatever. Okay, I was gonna say something. I ain't gonna go there. So, these are the types of things that I want you to understand. Uh, Now, all of these Americans are about to lose their health care and more. All of these farmers, they said they will get around to bailing out the farmers, but they can't do it because the government is closed. They have been knowing these farmers have been suffering as long as they've been suffering. They've known that these farmers have been suffering for months, but they ignored the farmers, and now they're saying, "Oh, we can't do it." The Democrats closed down the government and lying and saying they're closing it down because they want to do something that has never been legal. But keep enough of you guys on drugs and meth and weed, and y'all will just believe the short story. You don't want to know the facts. You just want to know the spoon-fed short story that they're giving you. It has never been legal for undocumented immigrants to receive Medicaid, food stamps, none of these things. Hey, Barry Carey, I'm glad you're back. Now, people are believing this. As many times as they come out and tell that lie, people are believing it. And then other people are thinking, well, it's not going to bother me. Now, you have the Democrats out here fighting. So the Affordable Care Act. Many of you hear the Affordable Care Act. Y'all don't know that's maybe some of you know. Not every. I'm not talking about you people in here. I'm talking about on a great scale. A lot of people don't know that the Affordable Care Act is that thing that they like to call Obamacare when they want you to hate it. You notice they never call it Obamacare anymore. When an Affordable Care Act was passed, they tried to sully it by calling it Obamacare. But now, since it has been proven effective and helpful for people and people like it, they don't call it Obamacare anymore. Now they call it what it was written under the rules as the Affordable Care Act. So either way, they want to the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act ended. They will end at the end of the year. Your insurance companies are going to have free enrollment, I believe, starting March 15th, or if not November 1st, to re-enroll in your healthcare plans. So the Republicans want you to believe, oh well, just sign on to a clean CR, and we have all October, and we'll talk about the health care. You ain't gonna do nothing. They're going to do absolutely nothing, but let people lose their health care. Because what the fuck else they gonna do? What the fuck else they are raiding cities. I saw a video where two 80-something-year-old people got ran down, trampled over, shot in the head with pepper spray until they were bleeding. 82-year-olds. But you know what? You know what they really want? They really want black people to get out there so they can have an excuse to ratchet up this behavior, to just straight out acting like it's war. Now, there's a lot of shit that has been going on in this government. Let me share some things that you guys may or may not be aware of, that you really should be aware of. Let's go. Let's go 1, 2, 3. Okay, let me share this with you. If you're unaware of, they need to suffer inside 45-47 war on dissent. After Charlie Kirk's murder, Trump expands his war on free speech, the left, and ordinary Americans. It's going to get worse. This is came out yesterday in Rolling Stones. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat so you can peruse it at your leisure. Y'all thought that this was a mistake. Y'all thought. Did anybody think? Okay, let me read this one thing at a time. I get off topic. They didn't waste a day. So y'all thought that this thing with Jimmy Kimmel was the attack on free speech? It, they did not wait a they didn't waste a day. In the aftermath of conservative podcaster Charlie Kirk's assassination, Donald Trump's government immediately got to work crafting its roadmap for cracking down on liberal groups and the president's domestic foes, according to sources with direct knowledge of the matter. Within the 24 hours of Kirk's shooting, top Trump officials and administration lawyers at the White House, Justice Department, and so forth had already put pen to pad drafting legal memos, writing blueprints for any number of possible executive actions, and prioritizing which liberal organizations and strongholds of the left needed targeting. At the top of these frantic uh, intro departmental efforts at sat Stephen Miller. He Stephen Miller sat at the top of all of these efforts. Wait a minute. We're gonna get back to Stephen Miller. Okay, hold on. Okay. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff, who personally supplied several names for key targets. Now he supplied several names. That's why Comey. That's why Lisa Cook. Now the Supreme Court has made a decision that no, he cannot fire her under this emergency docket. But let's hear some discussion about it in January when we're in regular terms. So far, Lisa Cook has been saved. Letitia James is one of the people. Adam Schiff, the other congresswoman who went to visit the prison in New Jersey. I read for you the other day. They said that George Soros and his son should be put up on racketeering charges for giving money to the Ford Foundation. And they always tell you that Antifa, a fake organization that they made up in their mind, is being financed by George Soros when there is actually no such organization as an Antifa organization. It is an idea to stand up to your government. There's no members, no membership, no boards, nothing, no treasury, nothing. But they have people believing that Antifa is a group such as the Proud Boys or the Three Percenters. Those are actually groups. Uh, these are actual groups that they ignore. But they want you to pay attention to Antifa as if it's a real group. Now, 4547 came out with a what is it? Executive order, actually calling Antifa a non-entity, a terrorist organization. And you heard 4547 talk to all of those generals and said, well, I understand, it's harder to figure out who the enemies of the states are because when you were fighting, other wars, at least the enemies had uniforms. So what he is trying to say is, you're going to have to look at the American public, and they can be part of this terrorist group that I said is Antifa. But understand, they don't have any uniforms. So, what is going to determine who is who is this non-entity, made up entity called Antifa, who is considered terrorists of the states, whoever they choose to say. That's how they're going to figure it out. Like I always say on this broadcast, there's going to be something you want to protest. So, uh, why do you think they're? Why do you know that they call Barack Obama the deporter in chief because of he had deported so many people, and then when the right wants to say, well, y'all didn't say anything when Obama deported all those people. Yeah, because Obama deported all those people and never had to do any of the shit that 4547 is doing. You notice how can he deport more people than 4547, and you ain't seen none of this shit that you see going on in your streets? Make that make sense. Anyway, I'm off topic again. Okay. At the top of these frantic interdepartmental efforts sat Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, who personally surprised several names for key targets as he worked the phones with other government officials uh, to stress to them that the administration was now at war. Who declared war? Who declared war? Stephen Miller, unelected bureaucrat. That's who declared war. Okay. Uh, even for government, even for a government run by Trump, Miller had all of the Project 2025 architects. Uh, the 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 pace at wait a minute. Even for a government run by Trump, Miller and of the Project 2025 architects, the pace at which the administration got to work escalating its agenda for domestic, political, and legal warfare was intense. Two Trump administration officials described pulling all-nighters following Kirk's assassination, examining how to use existing anti-terrorism laws for the next front of Trump's campaign of aggression on the American left. For Charlie, the officials would say to one another as they worked after hours, plotting the coming blitz and gaming out scenarios, including likely short court challenges to their actions. So they knew what they were planning was going to be illegal and brought to court. So they gamed out all of this. Speaking with Vice President J.D. Vance on Kirk's podcast on September 15th, days after his death, Miller intoned the last message Charlie sent me. Now, how are we? Did he show this message? So this is setting the stage. This is setting the stage. Everybody who talked about Charlie Kirk, the last thing he told me was this. He was my best friend. The last thing he told. So Miller said the last thing he sent me was that we needed to have an organized strategy to go after the left wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. So that's the last thing Charlie Kirk told you. Based on what? Just because Charlie Kirk has said that allegedly, what was that based on? What violence had the left promoted? None. Okay. Okay. Uh, We need to have an organized strategy to go after the left wing organizations that are promoting violence in this country. He continued with God as my witness. We are going to use every resource we have at the Department of Justice, Homeland Security, and throughout this government to identify, disrupt, dismantle, and destroy these networks. What networks? What networks? None. The people who are not for anything that this government does. The memo and legal justifications leaned heavily uh, on the infrastructure and the status left behind from George W. Bush's global war on terror. The Trump administration aides and attorneys talked among themselves about how the Kirk slaying made it clear they needed a new war on terror. How did that make it clear? How did that make it clear? What about Charlie Kirk's killing says that this was done by anybody on the left? Okay. Okay, in their own words, but one in their words, but one launch and branded by Donald J. Trump and aimed straight at the homegrown domestic enemies of MAGA world. So anybody who's against a MAGA world is the our domestic terrorists. That's what they said. That the killing of Charlie Kirk gave them the leeway. Now, it's no rationale behind any of this. This is just the leeway that they are using to say that anybody who. Why do you think that they were? If anybody talks bad about Charlie Kirk, now they're complaining that people are doxing ICE agents. They allege that the woman who they shot at was doxing ICE workers. Well, why do ICE workers need to be doxed? Why do ICE workers need to be wearing masks? But at the same time, they're trying to muddy her by saying she was doxing federal police workers. And what? It, aren't the people who arrest you, take away your freedoms, take you off the street, supposed to give you their name and badge numbers anyway? How has ICE been allowed to get away with this and covering their faces so you cannot identify them if they don't give you their name and badge number? They're writing 4 and 5 in a car, so you can get the car, but you don't know who's hopping in what car. They're not showing their faces. What kind of bullshit is this? Now, the only story we have gotten out of that woman who was shot in Chicago, who is a United States citizen, is that she allegedly had a gun. Understand this. They're telling you she had a gun and she had been doxing ICE the last couple of days. Now, they think she has a gun to the point that they shoot at her, but she drove herself to the hospital. That you haven't heard anything beyond that other than she drove herself to the hospital. But you said she had a gun. So you allowed her to take herself to the hospital with a gun, and you not saying that you followed her in there and arrested her for having said gun? No, you don't hear none of that. You just said, oh, the reason we did it, she had been doxing ICE officers and she actually had a gun. Well, was she now just because a person has a gun doesn't mean that they are carrying a gun illegally. They can have a gun permit. They can have a permit to carry their gun. So if just because somebody has a gun does not make them does not claim that they are doing anything illegal. So make any of this make sense? Is this a woman in custody? You know, what do they always say? Gun, 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 gun. We know that's the old cry to lie on black people. What the fuck does this? She had a gun and she drove herself to the hospital. You let a person who you were in fear of your life, and to the point that you shot her, but you just let them drive to the hospital with a gun that had you in the fear of your life. Make any of this shit make sense? I'm just saying. Okay, I'm off track. Okay, okay. Uh, the new war on terror, in their words, but one launched and branded by Donald J. Trump in amid and aimed straight at the homegrown domestic enemies of MAGA world. It came at a moment when the administration was already throwing around the terrorism label widely as it tried to accomplish its most extreme goals, from blowing up boats of alleged drug smugglers in the Caribbean to reviving its militarized deportation operations. In the earliest moments of Team 4547 rapid fire drafting process in mid September of 2025, administration's officials said say names that kept coming up in the revenge minded deliberations included Antifa, America's desperate anti fascist movement, the liberal donation processor, act Act Blue, mega donor George Soros, and the anti-Trump organization group Indivisible, a variety of pro-immigration and Know Your Rights organizations and anti-war group Cold Pink, whose activists recently protested Trump at a restaurant. And of course, administration officials couldn't help themselves from brainstorming new ways to try to target the American trans community. And yet, several of the president's advisors tell Rolling Stone something felt off, even to a few of the longtime hardened dissents of dizziness, descent. What is this? Des, den, what is this word, Very Carey? Of Trumpland. They were barely, if any, senior law enforcement personnel who believed that the suspect in Kirk's shooting had acted as part of a terrorist network or had compared with any organization of the left. That was never really on anyone's radar to any serious degree, says one senior administration official. But the roster that emerged out of the administration of what to destroy were little more than a laundry list of nonprofit liberal institutions, donors, and nonviolent groups that Trump uh, applicants like Miller had wanted to obliterate for years. The horrific murder of Charlie Kirk gave some, like Mr. Trump, with all of his vindictive pettiness and disregard for the law, the very opening he needed to kick a campaign of legal retribution into high gear. Like I told you, big balls, getting a bloody nose was the reason that the National Guard was let loose in D.C. Not a 1 day later, not 2 days later, the next night is when the National Guard was summoned to D.C. after Big Balls got a bloody nose. And now, after I told you, after the Charlie Kirk thing, that was the reason that was given that the National Guard and the military would be released on all of the 50 states. I told you that. Now, here it is in black and white. Okay, let me see. Where am I? Okay. Da, da, da. Mr. Trump, with all of his vindictive pettiness and disregard for the law, the very opening he needed to kick a campaign of legal retribution into high gear, said Bradley Moss, a longtime national security lawyer whose firms represent people who've been targeted by the second 45-47 administration. There are arguably no comparable point in this history of this country, not even when Americans fought each other during the Civil War, when the very constitutional framework has been so close to succumbing to the authoritarian whims of a single official. Within a few weeks, the 45-47 White House had issued an executive order guidance and a presidential memorandum targeting Antifa and domestic terrorism, supposedly linked to anti fascism, or in reality, activists relating to a variety of left leaning causes. Or in reality activities. I'm sorry, I said activists. Activities relating to a variety of left leaning causes. And Trump's second term, it is now the default position of the federal government that any speech he and his minions don't appreciate can be classified as pro terrorism or material support for it. I've, uh, look, some people don't believe it when I tell you what the fuck that memorandum that he put out about Antifa means. So here's some reporting from all the way inside of the White House from people who are speaking under their names and under the condition that they not be identified because they don't want the same retribution healed on them. So let me see. Okay, the loud crackdown that Trump and his lieutenants uh, began carrying out in the wake of Kirk's death didn't have all that much to do with, well, the death of the founder of the conservative active group, Turning Points USA. The administration wasn't writing new plans so much as ramping up its ongoing blitz to consolidate power and to silence any and all dissent and scrutiny. From the late night comedians to liberal groups and activists to news outlets. Simply put, 45, 47, and the GOP wants scalps piled up, figuratively speaking. They insist as quickly as possible. We need to use our anti-terrorism laws or our RICO statutes, our conspiracy statutes. We need to use every tool in our law enforcement arsenal to crush these left-wing terrorists legally, financially, and politically, and to cut off their funding sources and to throw them in prison. Mike Davis, a conservative attorney close to 45, 47, told Rolling Stones. George Soros and the octopus of his left wing organizations must be investigated. NGOs importing and harboring illegal aliens must be investigated. Nobody is above the law. So, is George Soros and any of his organizations harboring illegals? So they don't want George Soros to finance anybody, but they want billionaires to finance TikTok and to make sure that TikTok has a whole lot of pro-Israel opinions on TikTok. They want Elon Musk at the same time to allow all of this anti-Semitism on his platform. Make any of it make sense? We're gonna get to TikTok as well. So NGOs importing and harboring illegal aliens must be investigated. Nobody's above the law. I'm very excited for these Democrats to face criminal probes for their real crimes. Justice is coming, and justice is best served cold. The rule of law is crumbling. Since retaking power, 45, 47 has worked every day to turn the presidency into a weapon against his enemies. He has tried to censor and silence journalists, activists, comedians, aging rock stars, and law firms. He has sought to jail and deport foreign students for their pro-Palestinian speech, which a judge has ruled he cannot do. He has issued executive orders directing the Justice Department, and we know that they have ignored many of these judges' orders, many of the orders that were upheld on appeal, and to taking them to the Supreme Court, all while ignoring the previous order until the Supreme Court get out of bed in their robes with their balls hanging to their knees to answer the emergency line for a ruling. We understand all of that. Let me see. He has issued executive orders directing the Justice Department to investigate his political enemies, including one former 4547 official who opposed Trump's lies about the 2020 election. He issued an order calling for the people to be prosecuted for burning the flag. He has led an all out assault uh, on the concept of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the very existence of transgender people. As part of his mass deportation campaign, 4547 has turned immigration and custom enforcement agents into mass, uncontrollable secret police that kidnaps people off the streets, arrest them at court hearings, and seek their deportation, including to dangerous countries to which they have no ties. I'm going to talk about all of these countries that they are sending these people to. He had previously called them in his previous administration shithole countries. You will be shocked at how many African countries they have been sending these deportees to. African countries that these people have nothing, no relevance, no familiarity of these countries, have never been to these countries. A lot of African countries. You remember? He had 6 or 7 uh, presidents of different African nations there, and the one from Liberia. He said, "Oh, you speak a really good English. Where did you learn to speak it from?" And the African was like, "Liberia." He is one of the countries who is making a deal. That they said, "Oh, I don't have a jet to give you. We don't have that much money." He is making deals with all of those countries. Outside of the meeting that they showed you, there was a meeting about taking these detainees to their countries. So I was curious as to what is this meeting with all of these Africans about. The first African was from uh, where was he from? South Africa. He had him up there lying about how many white Afrikaners were being killed and being disrespectful and lying and showing fake alleged media reports about how many Afrikaners were being killed there. He had him there to put on a show to bring all these white Afrikaners into the United States at a time when he had a block on any body coming to the country, but he let these white people in the country. So I was curious why he got all these African leaders sitting around the same table. But they didn't show the second part of why he had them there. The second part of why he had them there was to ask them to try to make a deal with them to deport these illegal immigrants to their countries. These people who don't know nothing about these African countries. Some of them are African failed countries. We're going to get into that. I wanted to talk about that anyway. I have it already set up to talk about that as well. And and what else are they trying to get from these African countries? The countries who he called shithole countries in his last administration. But now all of a sudden he wants something to get something out of these countries. Why? Because big tech needs something out of these countries. What does big tech need? Rare earth minerals. We're trying to make deals for rare earth minerals to enrich billionaires. That's why I played. That's why I played that first clip that I played for you. Understand what is going on in the United States. Okay, let me see. Okay, of course. Okay, let me see. The president has routinely deployed the military to Democrat led cities to intimidate liberals and support his immigration roundup. America's democratically, democratically elected leader has shaken down big tech firms and news outlets to secure donations for his future presidential library. He's used the federal communications to install a bias monitor at CBS News as a condition of its parent company merger. Now, what there's at what was that? What is a CBS News? A real news? Oh God, 60 Minutes. They installed a bias monitor at 60 Minutes. That's why the producer who had been at 60 Minutes for over 30 years quit because they had to run everything by a bias monitor. And they think that they are proving something about 60 Minutes. 60 Minutes were trying to get a merger done, and the producer who had been at, they've only had three producers at 60 Minutes in its whole broadcast time. And 60 Minutes has been on since the 50s. And so this is what's going on with the for profit media to get their $1 billion merger approved. Fuck you and you getting the real news that's not okay by state media. Uh, uh, Now they want to talk about Russia's state media. They want to talk about uh, China's state media. This is what they're trying to do to our media. This is why don't hear any of these stories, despite pretending as if he's the anti-cancel culture leader of the party of free speech. 4547 very much wants to shut down a speech that annoys him. Multiple current and former aides to 4547 recount being forced to watch live TV while sitting with him at the White House, on a plane, or elsewhere, and the president melting down in real time at something he had heard about himself and declaring that those remarks were illegal. the, the, I ain't saying this. Multiple sources who actually sat down with him said this. It's against this backdrop that 4547, in the wake of Kirk's murder, used the FCC temporarily to temporarily force comedian Jimmy Kimmel ABC's late night show off the air as part of a wide ranging far right clampdown. 4547 also publicly demanded that Attorney General Pam Bondi file uh, charges political enemies with little bias, reportedly urged the Justice Department to investigate the foundations run by Soros. I read that article to you last week or the week before. The liberal donor signed an executive order designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization and issued a presidential memorandum directing the federal government to target domestic terrorism, which has become the president's preferred description for liberal activism. Liberal activism. Your right to protest your government is now called domestic terrorism, and they want to bring all of the uh, all of the punishment that comes with domestic terrorism upon you, an American citizen, working within your own constitutional rights. He said that Portland was on fire and Portland was burning down. No such thing was going on in Portland. They The weekend that he said Portland was burning down, Senator Wyden showed a video what was going on in Portland, what was going on at ICE in Portland. They had about 15 protesters, one guy in a chicken suit with an American flag draped over his shoulders, the rest of the people just sitting down, holding up signs. And he came out and said that Portland was a home and was burning down. Now you have all of these right wing nut jobs out there trying now since he said that, people started showing up at ICE, but there's no fires, there's no none of that shit. Portland know how to nut up. Portland nutted up during that George Floyd shit. So he's pretending like he didn't realize that he was being shown old footage of the uprising in Portland, the fires that were in Portland. If you guys have been paying attention, he actually said that the Portland is burning down, and there's absolute no fires in Portland. So now you have more people showing up outside of ICE, but these people who are showing up outside of ICE, I've watched some footage of it. They have a blue line Uh, in the driveway that they cannot pass. And even when and these people are not passing the blue lines, they are not out there fighting or causing any commotion. They're protesting. They're protesting the ICE facilities, and still they're being shot with pepper bullets. We're not going to even talk about what's going on in Chicago. We are not going to even no. Let's finish Portland. So 4547 lied and said that Portland is burning down. It's burning down. Portland's not burning down. People's keeping their feet behind the blue line. All of this shit. As he continued to try to send, what is it? I always forget their names. The as he is continuing to sign to send the National Guard into Portland. He tried to send their own National Guard into Portland, and the governor said no. So then he took it to court. A judge said no. He said, because what you're saying that is going on in Portland is factually uh, is not factually going on in Portland. I'm going to let them read what the judge said, and then he said, "Well, forget it. If Portland National Guard can't go there, he deployed the California National Guard there because he had already federalized the California National Guard when he uh, let them loose in California for absolutely no reason. So he sent 300 federal National Guard troops from California to Portland the same night that the judge said there is no reason to have them there, and what you're saying is factually inaccurate. So he's like, "Fuck you, judge," and so he call for the California Guard. And then the judge said, I've already told you, you cannot have the National Guard here in Portland. Are you disobeying my order? And then what he did was he said, fuck you, judge. I'm going to call the Texas National Guard to show up in Portland. Now, Gavin Newsom also put in a lawsuit for him using California National Guards to go into Portland. And so he said, "Fuck both of y'all. I'm gonna get Greg Abbott is my boy. I'm gonna get the Texas National Guard." The judge had to place a whole injunction from him being able to send the National Guard from all 50 states to Portland for some fake ass bullshit. Now, these ICE officials, they are not playing by any rules. They tell the people to keep their feet behind the blue lines. The people feet are behind the blue lines. They're still shooting pepper balls, and those pepper balls are really put wounds on people. And they still are throwing tear gas out. Every so often, they open the gate, and they walk up to the line, and then they find somebody that who's talking shit to them, and then they say, well, they grabbed that person from behind the line because they spit on them. That's what they're saying. These people are behind the line. They're not bringing anybody in or out. They come up to the line, and then of course they get a lot shit talked to them, and the next thing you know, somebody is pulled into the driveway and behind the gates, and then they pulled somebody behind the gates, and then an ambulance shows up shortly thereafter. So after they pull this person behind the gates, they need an ambulance, and then so a couple of minutes, maybe a half hour passes, and then they say the ambulance needs to get out. So the people are across the driveway, but not across the line, and they're in the streets as well. So they need the streets cleared. So these people are like quick to clear the streets because they understand that this ambulance needs to get out. But what happens? The streets are cleared. The National Guard has I mean the ICE people have come out, and they're standing around. No ambulance come out. No ambulance come out. No ambulance come out for about 10 minutes. It took about 10 minutes before they would release this ambulance to come out. So what are they doing to people once they get them behind these ice gates is the question. That's why I'm questioning. Like they said that the woman in Chicago allegedly had a gun, but she drove herself to the hospital, and they didn't pursue her to make sure she didn't get into a place where they are. You have doctors and nurses, innocent doctors and nurses, just doing their jobs, trying to save lives. They allowed this woman who scared them so much that they shot her because she allegedly had a gun, but they didn't protect these nurses, officers, and sick patients and family members from this woman who had to drive herself to the hospital. Anyway, okay. Let me see what y'all talking about, if y'all talking about anything. Hey, Lena, it's good to see you as well. So, let me finish up this. Okay, the Justice Department reportedly urged the Justice Department to investigate the foundations run by Soros, the liberal donor, signed an executive order designated designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization when Antifa is not even an organization at all, and the issued a presidential memorandum directing the federal government to target domestic terrorism, which has become the president's preferred description for liberal activism. Speaking at Kirk's memorial, 4547 labored to connect his crackdown to Kirk's death. The president claimed that Antifa terrorists paid agitators, and protesters had tried to obstruct the murdered podcaster's work. What? 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 What is he talking about? How are they going to obstruct his work? He indicated that the Justice Department would investigate the bad people. So this is how he tried to connect thus the people on the left or people who are protesting his administration. They had done something that they tried to block Charlie Kirk's work, and so they are going to be investigated as if Charlie Kirk was an elected official. Now, uh, I don't play Candace Owens. I was watching Reese Waters today. You may want to go over there and check out Reese Waters because it's awful peculiar that Candace Owens is coming out with a lot of stuff that she cannot reveal her sources. She says, but everybody want to poo-poo Candace Owens, and it was not until Candace Owens came out and let you know that something was not kosher about how they're saying this uh, this Kirk situation went down. And now everybody's trying to hop on the gun about it, at the same time poo-pooing her like she don't know what she's talking about. But everything she talks about, they are doing in-depth analysis about, in making up all types of props, examples, and shooting variables, and all of this type of stuff. So the latest thing, let me give you Reese Waters. The latest thing that Candace Owens is saying about, hold on, about this Kirk situation is that she thinks that the government did it. Uh, uh, Let me see. Let me show a little. Let me show you a little bit of what she has been posting about this Kirk situation. And uh, I just want to show you a little bit. Let me share this with you. And I'm going to drop the link. So this is the link to Reese Waters' video. Go over there and check it out. I am not going to play his commentary. I just want to share uh, where the situation is right now. Wouldn't that be kind of convenient, though, if it was this administration, to try to make it seem like they were so upset, and how dare you, as if he is an elected official, and all hell is going to be bared on the left, because of what somebody who is not from the left has done to Charlie Kirk, but we need to try to connect it to the left as terrorism. Wouldn't that be interesting? Would you put it beyond 45, 47? I'm just asking.
I'm not kidding when I say that every day we learn something new and explosive about the Charlie Kirk assassination. I am now in the firm opinion that it was a federal akin to JFK and MLK. Well, all right then. All right. It was
Now that is, let me see, something else.
photos or video that the campus can produce to the his innocence and has never been after a confession is also okay. And JFK, y'all did that. Maybe she seen it. From Candace, his father having turned him in after a confession is also complete fiction. To the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains his innocence and has never been to the UVU campus. There are absolutely zero photos or video that the campus can produce to the contrary. Now that's true. That's.
Let me. I think there is a little. There is some B. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Here we go. Right here. There's a little bit more.
The family says that the photo of the young man that is coming up the stairs, which was shared, that blurry image, is definitively not Tyler Robinson. And let me just say, I never thought it looked like him. Neither did you. Okay. Face looks different. Face looks more narrow. Also, that person looks tall.
I never thought it looked like him either. The chin looks way smaller. He looks like he has one of those disappearing chins, in my opinion.
Every time I say, I'm like, this person is taller than Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson also appears to
And he's way thinner, in my opinion.
have full lips, even though this image is blurry. We're not looking for someone that got fuller lips. And Tyler Robinson looks broader than that individual walking, right? So I'm on board with that person walking up the stairs. It's not Tyler Robinson, because I feel like it was intentionally blurred. They also never gave us the footage at all, because.
And if you notice, that college has all new cameras. The cameras that point to the rooftop are brand new cameras. Do you notice Every time they show you a picture of who is supposed to be Tyler Robinson at that school, you cannot get a clear picture on him. Now, they even enhance one of the pictures of him going up the stairs with AI. They actually they said they no, we were just trying to clear up his features without presenting the picture and saying this is an AI enhanced feature. It was not until people said, "Hey, that picture is AI," that they admitted that it was AI. Uh, be clear, that happened as well. One of the pictures of him going up the stairs. Now, every picture on this campus that has brand new camera with you can take a picture with an iPhone and get clearer pictures than what they are showing. Understand? And if you don't understand as well, if you are unaware that place where Kirk was sitting down doing his alleged uh, back and forth what am I trying to think of? What am I trying to think of? Debate. Oh, excuse me. With these students, if you didn't under, if you're not clear that they have since paved over the place where he was sitting and shitting. You know what happens when you pass away. The place where he was sitting was paved over. There has been, some people on the case. Now, the one thing about the one person who I showed you who said that you could see blood shoot from the back. No, that was not blood. That was actually his chain that he had around his neck. When you get shot with at a high velocity, I have since learned that when the bullet goes through, it causes the skin to like blow up. And then it as the bullet is going through and making its way, the skin blows up. So they are assuming that the blow up in his neck broke his chain, and that is what you saw, kind of looking like a splash at the back of his head. These are some of the uh, analysis that has come after that. Now, what you may not know is they have an analysis where they're saying that you can actually see something that could possibly be the bullet passing between his knees. I'm not going to look it up again because I cannot tell you where I found it, but it is one of these analysis. They say that is the bullet that is passing between his knees. So I'm like, I don't know about guns, velocity. I don't know about any of this. Could be, could not be. I was like, when they said that his necklace was the thing that was a reported a shot to the back of his head and a blood splatter. I was like, oh, I can see that. So I was very surprised to see that they have covered up the whole ground where he was sitting with concrete pavers. And one of the interesting things about that is what many people did not know and probably would have never known is that there is a trap door that was in that area where he was sitting. Did you guys hear about the trap door? And how you know about the trap door is because when they were recovering that area with pavers, they had the trap door open. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's continue.
In order to blur it, they probably needed a static image. Also, the family believes that, and this is really interesting, Tyler Robinson's apartment was staged after his arrest.
Now that's interesting. That
Okay, so did I give you the link? Let me see. Is there anything else? It seems like there may be a little bit more. Hold on. I don't want to show his commentary, which is very entertaining and funny.
Said was, it was, hey, we own that apartment, they pay rent to us. We've never met Tyler Robinson. But I can tell you that it seems like they were trying to hide the fact that this apartment got raided. And it's very strange that they immediately cleared Lance as a suspect. And I was told by other people in the department that they wanted to keep that raid very hush hush. They didn't want anybody to know about the raid. There's no mention of this raid. And Lance immediately gets cleared as a suspect. Why? Well, according to Tyler's family, they went to that apartment after his arrest and they felt the apartment was staged and that intentionally in Tyler's room, a furry bed was placed, almost sort of implying that they're trying to transfer the attributes of Lance onto Tyler.
Now, let me ask you this, because you're doing a lot.
Okay, so let me give you Reese Waters' link, and you can go over and check this out for yourself. It is uh, quite interesting. So, but now, anybody who protests in the United States has to feel the wrath as if they're terrorists. Uh, uh, that just brought that to mind. Here is the link to Reese Waters. Go over there and check him out. So, because of this, you if you decide to protest what your government is doing to you, 4547 says you are a terrorist. Now, this Rolling Stone article is also linked in my description box, but there is a lot more. But law enforcement can only be at the beginning of our response to Charlie Kirk's murder. 4547 said, pointing to stories of commentators, influencers, and other in our society who greeted this assassination with sick approval, excesses, or jubilation. So you will be counted as a terrorist now. MAGA activists have been furiously compiling social media posts from liberals and leftists who criticized Kirk after his death, doxing them, contacting their employers, demanding they lose their jobs and livelihood. Vice President Vance endorsed this campaign while hosting Kirk's podcast. I told you about that. I showed you that. What you see when someone is celebrating murder, call them out, and hell, call their employer, he said. When he spoke at Kirk's memorial, 4547 was confident he'd secured one of his most coveted scalp, Jimmy Kimmel's, and bragged to the crowd about how liberals were screaming fascism over it. Kimmel's late night show had been knocked off, we know that. In the hours after those words left the Trump's FCC henchman's lips, there was a frantic spree of senior level emergency meeting held at ABC parent company, in which they indefinitely suspended Kimmel, if you remember. Now let me see. They're talking about ABC and Disney, and after people start canceling all their Disney shit, miraculously, Kimmel was back on the air. So what does that tell you? That billionaires care about their billions. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your freedoms, but they care when you hurt them in their pockets. But some people don't understand that. Some people don't understand that. Let me tell you, what you should be spending on should be things to ensure your safety in these next coming months. What you should be spending money on is to ensure that you're safe, that you and yours are safe. So that's all I have for you. Uh, you know, let me share this next article with you. Let me share the Axios article. No, no. Let, let me share this next article with you. I also have an article from Axios. I haven't put it up yet. Let me share this one with you. Okay. Now, if you guys haven't heard, I told you about Project 2025 for over a year. Recently, I've told you about Project Esther, which is trying to determine everybody as being anti-Semites, or against Israel. Why that is a problem in the United States? You having a different viewpoint of Israel. Okay. And while white supremacists, these Christian nationalists, that they want America to attend, uh, they want Americas to abide to, are on the rise, and they deny the Holocaust ever happened, but they are not a problem. Uh, but anti-Semitism is one of the things that Project Esther is making sure that the government takes money from colleges and all types of things, throw students with visas, work visas, school visas out of the country if they just say that them supporting Palestinian people and believing Palestinians should not be treated the way that they are being treated. That you are being anti-Semitic and you need to be thrown out of the USA. That's part. All of that is part of Project Esther. That these universities should have their money taken away from them. All of that shit that you have seen going on with these colleges is part of Project Esther. Look it up. I've talked about it already. Hold on. So now let's get into the newest thing, the the NPSM-7. If you haven't heard about this, you should be very afraid. The terrifying new memo 4547 could use to go after his opposition. The president rallied against the enemy enemy from within to generals this week. NPS M7 could enable the administration to go after anything they see as anti American. This came out on yesterday. If you're not familiar with this, on Tuesday, 4547 stood in front of more than 800 generals and admirals in the U.S. military and informed them of their new enemy, their fellow Americans. Now, who are they saying that he stood in front of? More than 800 generals and admirals in the U.S. military. Now, you will find out today, Pete Hegseth is trying to say that no, it just wasn't generals and admirals that we spoke in front of. We spoke in front of some high level military uh, enlistees. So Pete Hegseth is saying that now that we have got the readout that the generals wasn't buying the bullshit that we were putting down, they don't matter because there were other high-ranking uh, enrollees that we were speaking to too. He's lying. So Pete Hegseth is saying that while the generals and admirals they didn't approve of what we said, the high-ranking enlistees in the military, they were happy about it. They were who did you when did you hear an applaud come from anybody on any of that shit they said? So rewriting history. Hegseth is trying to rewrite history about this, but that ain't the story. Here's the story. Our history is filled with military heroes who took on all enemies, foreign and domestic, 4547 said. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well, we also have domestic. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland, George Bush, and others all used the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Now they like to say, oh, you're not allowed to use the military. 4547 went on in that speech to refer to both the enemy from within and a new war, a war from within. The generals would be asked to fight in. Okay. And in case there was any ambiguity about which enemies here in the United States the president is intent on targeting, either with the military or other arms of the federal government, a national security directive published the week before his speech spelled it out. Anyone who is not with him will be considered against him and against the United States. So, did you hear that? The week before he did this speech, uh, anyone who is not with him will be considered against him and against the United States. On September 25th, the White House released NSPM7, a sweeping order targeted at anti-fascist and anti-what Christian, anti-what capitalist, anti-what American speech. Any of those speech, not just free speech. They tried the free speech with Jimmy Kimmel. Y'all thought that it was over? No, no, no. No. Speech is still not free. September 25th, any made a sweeping order targeting anti-fascist, anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, and anti-American speech, as well as speech that expressed support for the overthrow of the United States government, extremism on migration, race, and gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. The memo announced a new strategy to investigate and disrupt networks, entities, organizations, and foment political violence such that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracy before they result in violent political acts. So, before you can say something, law enforcement can intervene on you because these your speech is now considered a violent political act. The memo announced a new strategy to investigate, disrupt networks, entities, and organizations that foment political violence so that law enforcement can intervene in criminal conspiracies before they result in violent political acts. Well, if there is really a criminal conspiracy being pulled together, law enforcement has always had the opportunity to intervene with that. So, what the fuck is he talking about? He's talking about your political views. If your political view about marriage is different from what they call traditional, you can they can you can be arrested as a terrorist to this country. There is little debate that political violence is on the rise. In a recent poll showed that the increasing numbers of Americans view such violence as necessary to get the country back on track. The problem is that the vast majority of political violence, if not coming from the places that Trump via NSPM7 is ordering federal law enforcement to look. The week before Trump's new memo went out, the Department of Justice removed a report from its website that showed the number of far-right attacks continue to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violence. Let me see if that links to that report. Let me see. I think this, yeah, here's the report that the Department of Justice removed. Uh, what NIJ research tells about domestic terrorism. This has been removed from the Department of Justice website. Overall, the past 2 decades, research seeks to understand individual level of engagement in violent extremism has grown tremendously. However, as the research field has developed, a gap has emerged between the increasingly sophisticated arguments that scholars use to explain extremism and the availability of data to test, refine, and validate those theories of radicalization. Let me see. Where is the. Let me see. This is what they removed from their website. They have differences in between extremist characteristics between military and veterans and civilians. Let me see how the domestic terrorists use the internet, entering and exiting white supremacy in the United States. The NIJ funded research team led by RTI International examined complex social physiological processes involved with the entering and mobilization and exiting white supremacy in the United States. The researchers conclude in-depth life history interviews with 47 former members of white supremacist group. Let me see. I want to get to the conclusions. This is just explaining how they tested. Let me see. Let me see. I don't see. Let me see. They also use findings to educate law enforcement, corrections, and probation officers and mental health professionals on the complexity and radicalization, so that they can. That is. This is not. This does not say who commits radical violence more. So let's go back to this article. The Department of Justice removed a report from its website that showed the number of far right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism. Since 1990, far right extremists have committed far more ideological motivated homicides than far left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives. The now archived reports read in the same period, far left extremists committed 42 ideological motivated attacks that took 78 lives. The White House Deputy Press Secretary Abigail Jackson inadvertently cited similar statistic while she posted a chart with the headline "Left Wing Terrorism climbs to a 30-year high," a chart that showed that since 2016, there have been almost 4 times as many attacks by right wing terrorists as attacks by the left wingers. Now, she said that the left wing terrorism climbs to a 30-year high while ignoring the right wing terrorism. That's what the bitch did. The Scrub report cites the U.S. Department of Homeland Security threat assessment concluded that these extremists are an acute threat, adding that COVID-19 pandemic related stressors alone long-standing ideological grievances related to immigration and narratives surrounding electoral fraud will continue to serve as a justification of violent actions. As when the CDC was recently shot up behind all the bullshit and lies that were tamped up behind COVID. But the same week as Trump's speech, and amid at the administration's new crackdown, Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, announced that the agency has cut ties with both the Anti-Defamation League and the Southern Poverty Law Center, two of the nation's leading anti-hate groups devoted to combating anti-Semitism and white nationalism, respectively. So, while they're telling you all about why schools can't have uh, grant money because protesters who are protesting for the Palestinians, the end of the war in Gaza, and these people trying to support the Palestinian are anti-Semitic. Your FBI director has cut ties with Anti-Defamation League and the Southern Poverty Law Center. Okay, make any of that make sense? Okay, the Southern Poverty Law Center, in particular, is known for its effort to track violent extremists and hate groups, expertise that previous administration had called in to assist their own investigation. For decades, we have shared data and analysis with the public to protect civil rights and to hold extremists accountable. A spokesperson for the Southern Poverty Law Center said in a statement to Rolling Stones, "We remain committed to exposing hate and extremism as we work to equip communities with knowledge and defend the rights and safety of marginalized people." Now, instead of investigating the homegrown individuals and groups that are vastly more likely to commit terrorism in the USA, the federal government is primed to go after individuals and potentially nonprofit political and civil rights groups who voice opposing views. Rokana, a Democrat of California who ran for Congress in 2003 against the Patriot Act, called NSPM 7 an even greater infringement on freedom. In an email to Rolling Stone, Connor wrote, "The threat of retaliation is intended to silence people and give the administration the authority to go after political opponents." The ACLU sounded a similar alarm with Hina Shami, director of the nonprofit's National Security Project called NSPM7 Strategy of Targeting Speech, a shameful and dangerous move. After one of the most harrowing weeks in our First Amendment's right, the president is evoking political violence, which we all condemn as a excuse to target nonprofits and activists with the false and stigmatizing label of domestic terrorism, Shami said in a statement. A slew of law firms have issued their own guidance warnings about the expansive threat posed by the memo, while more than 3,000 nonprofits have raised their own concern about the memo, publishing an open letter criticizing NS PM7. The attack on nonprofits is not happening in a vacuum, but as part of the wholesale offensive against organizations and individuals that advocate for ideas or serve communities that in the president's wait a wait a minute, hold on. This attack on nonprofits is not happening in a vacuum, but acts as part of a wholesale offensive against organizations and individuals that advocate for the ideas or serve communities that the presidents find objectionable, and that seek to enforce the rule of law against the federal government. The nonprofit letter read, whether the target is a church, an environmental or good government group, a refugee assistance organization, university, a law firm, or a former or current government official weaponizing the executive branch to punish their speech or their views is illegal and wrong. Matthew Sanderson, director of the political group at Kaplan and Drysdale, one of the law firms that issued guidance about the NSP M7, said that the uh, while the operative aspect of the memo are tailored specifically to investigate political violence, terrorism, or conspiracies against rights, he was struck by the language White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller used as at a press conference announcing the directive. He used the term whole of government several times, and so I don't think this is a mere messaging vehicle as some executive orders are, Sanderson said. I think it means something and will have lasting consequences. But you help them go through the legalese of this. Uh, when reached for comment, NPSM7 Abigail Johnson, the White House spokesperson, wrote in a statement to Rolling Stones, at the president's direction, the 4547 administration will get to the bottom of this vast network inciting violence in American communities, and the president's executive actions to address left-wing violence will put an end to any illegal activities. Let me see. How MS PM7 will ultimately be enforced is yet to be seen. But if there are three things that 4547 has made clear since returning to power, they are that he is not timid about going after his enemies. Senator Adam Schiff, uh, New York Attorney General Tisha James, FBI agent Director James Comey, and many others can attest that he is willing to shut down speech he doesn't like. Just ask Jimmy Kimmel, and that he is absolutely itching to send the troops to American cities. Speaking in Memphis, the latest Democrat led city where Trump is sending the National Guard to, in a city where crime in the city hit a 25-year low in September, Miller drove home just how lopsided a fight with an emboldened Trump administration might be. The gangbangers that you deal with, they think they're ruthless. They have no idea how ruthless we are. They think they're tough. They have no idea how tough we are, Miller said. They think that they're hardcore. We are so much more hardcore than they are. And we have the entire weight of the United States government behind us. What do you have? That's what Stephen Miller said in Memphis. I understand that Memphis, while it's a blue uh, a city, they have a red governor who invited this into Memphis, and invited this into Memphis when their crime is at a 25-year low. And this is what Stephen Miller is saying. So we need to get into who exactly is Stephen Miller. Uh, I think I have. Let me see. Who exactly is Stephen Miller? I think we have something on Stephen Miller right here to let you know. Uh, They have tapes from Stephen Miller being a disgusting human being for a long, long time. Let me share this with you. Let's see Stephen Miller. Yeah, I think it's here. At the age of 17. What is Stephen Miller talking about? Oops, wrong video. I think this is the wrong video. I'll find it. Let me go back and let's talk about Stephen Miller. Hey, Vibrant. Hey, Leonard. How are you? Let's uh, let's go. Um, Let me start right here. Now, this is the you understand that Project 2025 wants the United States to be under martial law rule. So I want to share this with you. I'm going to stumble on the Stephen Miller thing in a minute. I will stumble on to Stephen Miller in a second. This is the judge's ruling about the National Guard being able to be deployed in Portland, a city that is not on fire.
So, Judge, we have massive breaking news right now. A Trump appointed federal judge has recently blocked the administration's ability to send the National Guard into Portland, Oregon. And the way this judge did it, folks, is stunning. She slams Donald Trump personally. She slams the administration. And she rejects the administration's arguments in support of sending in the United States military into Portland, Oregon. I need to break this entire ruling down for you because it not only blocks the National Guard from going to Portland, but it sets the stage for a judge in Illinois to block the deployment to Chicago and potentially elsewhere. And we're going to talk about that. So make sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe to spread the word. So Judge Karen Immergut was appointed by Donald Trump during his first term. She was confirmed by the United States Senate. She was a Trump appointee, and she just ruled that Donald Trump's deployment of the National Guard is essentially unlawful. And the way she issued this opinion is more stunning than people realize, because she ruled that Donald Trump's call-up of the National Guard was based on false claims about civil unrest in Portland, saying that Donald Trump's own statements were, quote, simply untethered to the fact. Here, I want to read you this exact quote from the opinion issued just minutes ago. Here, this court concludes that the president did not have a, quote, colorable basis to invoke Section 12406, subsection 3, to federalize the National Guard because the situation on the ground belied an inability of federal law enforcement officers to execute federal law. The president's determination was simply untethered to the facts. She went on to issue a stark warning that Donald Trump is actively trying to make up and engage in bad faith justifications to call up the Guard, and that Donald Trump's bad faith actions risked plunging the country into a form of unconstitutional military rule. Guys, I need you to listen to this. Furthermore, this country has a long-standing tradition of resistance to government overreach, especially in the form of military intrusion into civil affairs. That tradition has deep roots in our history and found early expression, for example, in the constitutional provisions for civilian control of the military. This historical tradition boils down to a simple proposition. This is a nation of constitutional law, not martial law. Defendants have made a range of arguments that, if accepted, risk blurring the lines between civil and military federal power to the detriment of this nation. Judge Immergut went on to say, quote, "In sum, the president is entitled to a great level of deference in his determination that he is unable with the regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. But a, quote, great level of deference is not equivalent to ignoring the facts on the ground. As the Ninth Circuit articulated, courts must review the president's determination to ensure that it reflects a colorable assessment of the facts and law within a range of honest judgment." Here, the court concludes that the president did not have a colorable basis to send in the National Guard. A absolutely scathing ruling from this administration's own appointed judge, a judge that determined that Donald Trump's statements were not conceived in good faith, determining that the president's statements and the president's determination was simply untethered to the facts.
There you go, untethered to the facts. This link is in my description box. Go over there and check it out. He was reading from the exact order that the judge gave. We're still unsure if this order will be followed. Let me share this with you. Now, these are some of the generals speaking. Let me share. Make sure. Yeah, I'm sharing that. Here we go.
And we're doing it, and we're doing it well. We're doing it like nobody's ever done it before.
That was President Trump in Norfolk, Virginia yesterday, marking the Navy's 250th anniversary with a partisan campaign rally-style event that drew widespread criticism. Joining us now, California Attorney General Rob Bonta. He filed the lawsuit that led to the judge's decision to block the deployment of California Guard troops to Oregon. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for joining us. As Joe's been saying, the courts had a busy weekend in terms of the National Guard. First of all, let's just start right there. Your reaction to the decision last night.
We were grateful and gratified, and the arguments that we made, the court adopted them and issued a second order in 2 days, a second restraining order, the first on Saturday, saying that the deployment of the Oregon National Guard and their federalization was unlawful. And then the next day, within 24 hours, when it was still unlawful to have National Guards people in Oregon, the Trump administration tried to send 300 of California's National Guard 1,000 miles north from LA to Portland. And the judge honestly was miffed and beside herself and wondering how the federal administration could deploy National Guard to Oregon when just the day before she said it was unlawful. So, this is Trump being contemptuous of the law, blatantly and brazenly violating it, acting like the National Guard is his royal guard, his own private army and private police force, trying to deploy them around the country where he wants, when he wants, for whatever reason he wants. It is unlawful, it is wrong, and it needs to stop in the court. The court order yesterday was a good first step.
Elise, this judge must be like some left-wing Marxist appointed by Barack Obama.
Yeah.
Probably went, oh, wait a second, it was a Trump judge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And a woman, too, unlike Stephen Miller, didn't seem to know that last night. Can you imagine how angry you would be if you're a governor and your National Guard is being sent on a BS pretense to another state?
Right, so let's explain for people that didn't follow the bouncing ball all weekend.
Yeah.
It started, Oregon's National Guard was stopped by the federal judge. So then
I'm going to move forward. I can't stand Joe Starbo.
District Court has impermissibly second-guessed the president's military judgments. Are you confident this district ruling will be upheld?
I mean, the way you got to mention this and think about it is that this was a judge appointed by President Trump. This is an incredibly well-founded judge and well-researched judge as she went through and looked at the facts on the ground. And the facts are just that. The military is not needed in Portland, Oregon. In fact, in America, just using the United States military in our cities is not normal. And so we do expect, and this procedural ruling, because that's what it would be, a Ninth Circuit procedural ruling, we do expect the Ninth Circuit to deny the president's request and allow this case to continue moving forward.
President Trump.
This is Portland on fire. We're going to go back a little bit. There's a blue line at the end of this driveway for any of you who don't know this. The line that these people, you see it right here at the bottom, that these people are not impeding.
President Trump claims there are paid insurrectionists at these ICE protests in Portland. What is he talking about?
It's a really...
Where is are any insurrection going on?
Darn good question. You know, when I got out of law school, I started doing community theater, and I think the president would give me a run for my money. The fact remains that the judge had an opportunity to hear all the facts from both sides. And the best that the federal government could do was present facts from the president's own Truth Social media. So that's a type of facts that the federal government is working with. We're using real facts in a courtroom, and that's why the judge sided with us. The president just doesn't get off of a helicopter, walk out of the White House, and just make things up. If you're going to do that, you don't get to deploy the military using those types of fake facts. You actually have to.
What he said is Portland is on fire. Portland is a war zone. I just let you see some of that war zone.
Have real facts if you want to put the military on the streets of our cities.
The president's deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller, accused this Trump-appointed judge of legal insurrection. So now we're hearing that word a second time. What do you make of them repeatedly throwing around that word insurrection as it relates to those who push back on the administration?
You know, that's incredibly dangerous rhetoric in a democracy, especially when you have a president who appears to be normalizing the use of the military on our American cities. I was incredibly offended when the president says that this judge is not working for me. I was like, has this man never read the United States Constitution? Does he not understand what having an independent judiciary means? No judge, and it doesn't matter who the heck they are, should ever serve any politician. That's offensive, and it doesn't matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. You should have some significant red flags in your head when you hear a president saying that, and then when they're attacking the free press, when they're attacking our elections and trying to put the military on our streets. That is un-American, and it has to stop.
What is your view of an out-of-state leader like Texas Governor Greg Abbott basically raising his hand to get involved in your state's affairs and to send in his state's National Guard troops?
You know, this is something that's common sense. So if we start thinking about it, it's like, oh, National Guard troops from another state coming into another state, maybe that makes sense. But now think about it, about your state, the state that you live, and your rights when you have another governor or another state trying to interfere in your own state when a judge, a federally appointed judge, has said there's absolutely no need. It really crosses some stringent boundaries that we've set as a nation. This agreement of 50 states coming together to form the United States. It's wild what's going on in our country right now. I'm patently offended by that. And again, a tremendous amount of credit to the federal district court judge who has kept a really level head and trying to just...
Okay, let me see. I just wanted you to hear that. Let's see a few more clips from Portland. The duck is still there in Portland. Let me hear some more about
where they made. Of course, they fell in our favor because they should, because that's what the law and that's what the facts dictated. We have a 14-day restraining order for now. We're moving towards a hearing on a preliminary injunction as well as a full trial on the merits towards the end of this month, October 29th. So we'll get a more permanent decision then. If the conditions don't change, then we don't expect the court's ruling to change. Of course, the judge will decide.
Now you see there being, this is ICE. Understand the National Guard is not there. This is ICE. What is all, do you see this blue line? Do you see anyone, this is the public sidewalk. This is a public space. No one is infringing on this blue line. So why is it a war zone in Portland? Can anybody explain that to me? Anybody? They are tempting the ICE agents, and they are saying horrible things to the agent, and they are doxing the agents. How can you dox these people? How can you dox these people? And yet they are getting sprayed with bear mace, all types of irritants and things. No one's near this line. You have the right to protest in the United States, but your president is saying that Portland is burning down and it's a war zone. But who's causing it? These ICE people who have no rules or laws that they have to abide by, but they want to blame it on you. And 4547 wants to say that the American people are terrorists. Who's being terrorized here? Let's continue.
If the conditions don't change, then we don't expect the court's ruling to change. Of course, the judge will decide. But we will continue to press our position here, which is that California has state sovereignty. The California National Guard should be in the command of the commander-in-chief of the California National Guard. That's California Governor Gavin Newsom. It should not be deployed 1,000 miles northward. That is disrespectful to them. We need them tackling.
Now, you saw this officer had to take down the weapon that was being pointed at peaceful protesters and push him back off of the front of the line. Let's watch this again. Let's watch who's
our position here, which is that California has state sovereignty.
Watch this guy in the all black, have to go over there and put down this AR-15 or whatever type of rifle that's being held up at these people.
California has state sovereignty. The California National Guard should be in the command of the commander-in-chief of the California National Guard. That's California Governor Gavin Newsom. It should not be deployed 1,000 miles northward. That is disrespectful to them. We need them tackling wildfires and fentanyl trafficking in California.
I hope you saw that. I hope you saw that. Who's the aggressor in this situation? Why are they even out there? The people were not impeding on that line. They have the right to protest. But 4547 says that people who are protesting anything about his government are terrorists. Let's continue.
So we're going to continue to push this case. Another part of the bouncing ball is that the Texas National Guard is waiting
to Memphis and Chicago as if it were some kind of victory tour. That shows a man who views force as power and control, not as a last resort guided by responsibility and forethought. Trump's actions here go far beyond politics. They violate the law, and that's just basic. They're wrong. A federal judge appointed by Trump himself had to step in twice in 2 days to stop his administration from deploying the National Guard into states that never authorized it. First Oregon and then California. And when the first ruling came down, the administration just ignored it and tried again the next day with troops from another state, like a child testing different keys on a locked door.
And then he tried it again after he was shut down by Oregon. He was shut down about California, and then he was shut. And then the judge had to do a national injunction because after California, he tried to get Texas National Guard to go to Portland. For what? Because Oregon is a blue state.
That's how effective the judge is.
Because Portland is a blue city.
Are in this. And that judge there was chosen by Trump. Yet even she couldn't believe the level of contempt and just workaround the White House showed for the law. They'll just do anything.
Okay, so that's cutting out a little bit. I want to share with you who all of this Stephen Miller talk. We've seen Stephen Miller recently. Let's see who Stephen Miller has basically always been. And that what he think is funny and cute. Let's get into this. Unearthed video shows why Stephen Miller is so evil.
Mr. Death or Dr. Death, I can't remember, but play this.
Of the Iraqis.
I mean, the laughter he's getting.
I mean, the smile on his own face. The actual smile. Smile on his own face. Talking about torture is how you need to treat people. Uh, I just wanted to show you that. Now, what else? I have some more things. I I want to tell you about. This may not affect you directly. If it doesn't directly affect you, it may affect someone you know, someone you love, someone who is in your family. Uh, let's get into this. Here we go. 4547 administration poised to cut SSI benefits for nearly 400,000 low-income, disabled, and older people. Did you guys hear this on your for-profit media? If you learned something here, these are my goals. The 4547 administration is preparing to propose a rule to cut supplement security income SSI benefits and strip legal eligibility for hundreds of thousands of low income older people and severely disabled adults and children. If you don't know, now you know. Under the rule, nearly 400,000 SSI beneficiaries living with family or friends experiencing their own financial struggles. If you're living with a family or friends who are also poor, who are poor, but they're making room for you to live with them, who are experiencing their own financial struggles likely would have their benefits cut typically by hundreds of dollars per month or lose eligibility altogether. And now, if you are on Social Security and you're living with a poor relative, more than likely you are taking some of your Social Security money and giving it to them as some type of rent or something, because you all are poor. But what if you lose all of your Social Security money? Are your poor relatives are still going to be able to have you live with them, making no money, not being able to contribute to an already poor household? Think about it. Think about it. Some family members and friends or whatever are only letting people with Social Security check live with them so that they can take their Social Security check, abuse their Social Security check. So if they're not getting a Social Security check, where are these people going to live? As Medicaid cuts are going to already have people who are living in federal nursing homes being kicked out of nursing homes because they're being kicked off of Medicaid. And now they're talking about kicking people off of Social Security. As your president and his family is making billions of dollars, has made $5 billion since being in the presidency. Can anybody make that make sense? As this government is shut down, I already told you last week. We're going to talk about Russell Vote as well. 4547 even came out with one of these dumb AI memes as he, JD Vance, and Russell Vote all caped up and having those sickles. Like they are the Grim Reapers coming to take people's jobs during this government shutdown. Now, people have heard of furloughs during government shutdowns, but they are actually going to be laying people off, taking people's jobs. They say, "Oh, they warned about it," as if you don't go our way, we're going to take people's jobs. And now they are still talking about doing this under this government shutdown. Now you have Mike Johnson going out lying, called blaming this all on the Democrats. when in fact, if you are unaware, that Mike Johnson has told the the Republicans, to take the week off, the week from the 7th to the 13th. Take that week off, as he's sitting up here trying to pretend like the Democrats don't want to work with them on a solution. No, the Democrats are not taking your hostage plea as a solution. The Democrats had said that they are willing to work in front of the cameras, in front of the people, to come to a solution to open the government. But what has the Mike Johnson did? He has told everybody to take the week off and pretending like he wants to open the government. Okay, so this is what your government is doing. This is some important shit that your government is doing. Okay. Okay. Let me see. And yet, the average annual savings from these benefit cuts would barely pay for a single day of the massive tax cuts for the wealthy that are part of the Republican mega bill enacted in July. At the same time, the rule would make it harder for eligible people to get and keep SSI, creating new red tape for the beneficiaries and more work for the Social Security administrators, already depleted and overburdened staff. You understand? I think it was 70% of Social Security workers that were fired and laid off under Doge. Now they have more red tape, kind of like the more red tape that they put on Medicaid, that would ensure millions of people would not be able to keep Medicaid, based on all the bureaucracy that they have added and red tape that they added to Medicaid on top of the cuts. So now here they are bringing bureaucracy to disabled people, children, old people, that they are not going to be able to keep up with the added bureaucracy. The added bureaucracy. The 45-47 administration was firing all of the civil service worker because they were a bunch of bureaucracy, right? But now, when that flood happened in Texas, and where all of those little girls lost their lives, what's her name? Oh, what is her name? The head of Homeland Security. Her name is escaping me right now. She set up a bureaucracy that the swiftwater boats were not approved until 3 days later because of the bureaucracy that she added to FEMA. So the swiftwater boats that could have been in the water actually saving people were not approved until all the water had subsided and all of the lives were lost. All of this bureaucracy that they tell you that they're cutting jobs for, but they're putting in the way of the people who need it the most, to lose their benefits and or their lives. Bureaucracy. The bureaucracy that Russell Vogt said that he wanted them to feel pain. He wanted the bureaucracy, people who are in charge of the bureaucracy, such as the uh, uh, EPA. He wanted them to feel pain because they were a bureaucracy for who? For big businesses, able to do what? Contaminate your air and water. But that was a bad bureaucracy because the EPA was keeping your air and water clean and hampering big billionaires and corporations from just being able to dump their fucking poisonous water into lakes, marshes, and shit that was going to contaminate your drinking water. He wanted to get rid of the bureaucracy for the EPA. Remember that example? Yeah, you'll remember it. I done played it for you a million times. But now bureaucracy is all of a sudden good. Okay. Creating red tape for beneficiaries and more work for Social Security administration's already depleted and overburdened staff. Current rules shield struggling household from SSI harshest penalty. The current rule shields struggling households and SSI from SSI harshest penalty. Currently, very low income disabled or older people who receive SSI can have their can have their by up to one third, about $300 a month, if they receive in kind support and maintenance, including a place to stay. Similarly, the SSI recipients can have their benefits reduced based on the income of their parents if they are under 18 or spouse, or under the assumption that they will contribute to an SSI beneficiary's living expenses. However, these reductions don't apply to beneficiaries who live in a household that receives public assistance. You know, if you are living in HUD and your child, for example, is receiving SSI, your motherfucking that hurt your child SSI can be reduced. Your child's SSI can be reduced. You can have far fewer money to enter cooking competitions and drink Paul Masson 24/7, 7 days a week. You know, people like that. People, who sat up here and pretended as if they voted and tried to pretend like they were some about it, somebody uh, uh, touting all of the greatness of 45, 47. Them type of people. Them people. Okay. Are we clear? I hope we clear. Okay. Similarly, SSI recipients can have their benefits reduced based on income of their parents if they are under 18, or a spouse, under the assumption that they will contribute to an SSI beneficiary's living expense. So, what they're saying is they expect you, because this person with under SSI is living with you, they assume that your po ass is going to contribute to the person on SSI's living expenses. I mean, you have a house, you have a room there. It's like that room is free when the person is already poor. But I digress. However, these reductions don't apply to beneficiaries who live in a household that receives public assistance, including food stamps, assistance programs, and the SNAP program. This is because households financially precarious enough to qualify for those benefits can't afford to financially support SSI recipients. These rules help families support their elderly or disabled relative, including by allowing them to live in their homes, reducing the likelihood that they experience homelessness or needed institutional care. See, this is what the rules are now. SSI public assistance household rules have been updated to reflect the ways struggling families make ends meet, but the 45-47 administration proposal will return the program to the outdated criteria first established in 1980, 45 years ago. The two main programs SSI now uses to identify low income families. The programs now known as uh, temporary assistance for needy families and SNAP play dramatically different roles. The TANF predecessor, aid the TANF predecessor, aid to families with dependent children, was a reasonable proxy for families who needed all of their income to meet their basic needs. The intent of the rule, but Far fewer households now receive TANF cash assistance and receive AFDC over 4 decades ago. But have I don't know anything about these programs, but far fewer households now receive temporary assistance for needy family cash assistance than received AFCD 4 decades ago. Oh, so what they're saying is AFDC, more people used to receive that 40 years ago, but far fewer households today receive this temporary assistance for needy families today. I get it. Okay. By contrast, many more low-income households use SNAP today than they received when they recently created food stamps program in 1980. Now, SNAP is the best proxy for families who need all of their income to meet their basic needs. To reflect that, SSA finalized a long overdue update to the rule last year, adding SNAP to the list of qualifying programs that indicated a family is struggling to meet basic expenses. This common sense update uh, this common sense update is consistent with many other programs that use SNAP participation to identify low income families who need additional support. For example, children living in SNAP participating households are automatically eligible for free school meals, and individuals receiving SNAP are often automatically eligible to receive low income home energy assistance. Under the anticipated 4547 proposal, it's expected that receiving of food assistance from SNAP would no longer be enough to qualify a family as a public assistant household. This change would ignore the reality that families who receive SNAP, excuse me, who receive SNAP have very low income. The typical multi-person SNAP household with at least one member who receives SSI has an annual income of around $17,000, well below the poverty line. The resulting SSI benefit cuts would be felt in low income households with disabled family members or older relatives across the country. The 4547 rule will harm hundreds of thousands of low income disabled people, including children and seniors. The 4547 administration proposal to change the rule would harm hundreds of thousands of the nation's lowest income people. While more details will be available when the details of the proposed rule are made public, removing SNAP as a qualifying form of public assistance would likely result in benefit cuts for over 275,000 people and loss of eligibility of over 100,000 more, based on a 2024 SSA analysis. To see how these cuts could affect people in each state, see Table 1. To understand how 4547 SSI benefit cut would hurt struggling families, excuse me, here's a good example. Consider an adult with Down syndrome regularly requiring daily support from her parents who themselves have low income and receive SNAP. Today, her monthly SSI benefits is $967 dollars, the full federal benefit rate. A month. A month. Oh my God. Which is only about three quarters of the poverty line for a single person. But because she lives with her parents, the expected 4547 rule will subject her to the in-kind support and maintenance penalty, which will saying that you're living with your family members, so they should do that for free. The in kind, Lord. But I'm just going to ignore they poor too. I'm just gonna ignore they poor too. And when you have Down syndromes, you may never be able to live on your own. But God damn it, they whenever they POAS move, they gonna have to move to make sure that they have a place for you, because you are their responsibility. But we are the right to life people, and we don't believe in aborting any babies. We don't believe in testing to see if your child is going to be even born with Down syndromes. We don't even believe in any of that. We believe that life begins at conception, and regardless of what you conceive, we believe that you have to carry the burden of getting pregnant. We don't care. In many states, we don't care if it's incest. We don't care if somebody took your coochie. We don't care about none of that. We are about the children. Okay, enough of that. Okay. Today, her monthly SSI benefit is $967, the full federal benefit rate, which is only about 3/4 of the poverty line for a single person. But because she lives with her parents, the expected Trump rule would subject her to the in-kind support and maintenance penalty, ISM penalty, which would count the cash value of her bedroom and reduce her SSI benefit. She could see her benefits slashed by 1/3, leaving her with less than $700 a month to get by. How are they counting the price of her bedroom if nobody's paying for the price of her bedroom? They're acknowledging that her bedroom has a price tag, but instead of adding to the price tag of this adult who has to be supervised by her parents, her family she lives with, they subtract it. They subtract it. Okay. She could be leaving her with less than $700 a month to get by. She would also need to make a detailed report to SSA. She has Down syndrome. She's disabled. She has some other people have other disease that don't allow them to make a detailed report to SSA each time her family circumstances change. The depleted SSA staff would have to analyze the report and determine whether her benefits needs to change. So now that's where the bureaucracy come in. There are all of these people have to make these updated reports, and you got to make sure you get your updated report in, or what's going to happen, or you're going to be cut off the system entirely. That's what's going to happen. Okay. 4547 rules will create heartbreaking dilemmas and red tape. The 4547 rule will have harmful consequences beyond the loss of benefits and eligibility, creating heartbreaking dilemmas for SSI recipients and their families. It could discourage families from offering to help the loved ones for fear of jeopardizing their meager benefits. You understand that? They can be like, fuck that, I would help you, but shit, I don't want to lose my SNAP. I can't go without my SNAP benefits. Okay. It could force more people to turn to institutional care because they could no longer afford to live in the community. This risk would be compounded by the steep cut to Medicaid in the mega bill, which will put pressure on states to cut back the at-home and community-based services that allow many older and disabled people to live independently. They're not going to be able to live independently because they are disabled and they need services that have been cut out in this big busted bill to give billionaires tax cuts. Oh, I'm just letting you guys know. Imposing SSI burdensome ISM and related rules on beneficiaries who live in a SNAP household would also increase complexity, administrative costs, and improper payments. SSI beneficiaries would have to meet burdensome and invasive paperwork requirement, requiring them to report their living arrangements and family members' income, as well as detailed breakdowns of shelter expenses and who pays them. And to repeat the process as circumstances change. Keeping up with the paperwork is costly and time consuming for a SSA staff, and because the rules that has been cut drastically. Okay, so they had okay, anyway. Okay. And because the rules are so complex, ISM is a leading source of both overpayments, which require disruptive clawbacks of refunds, and underpayments, which shortchange the beneficiaries. The SSA clawbacks. I talked about that when it used to be they would come back if they overpaid you. Say if they overpaid you a month, they would come back and take something like 5% over a period of time until they got the overpayment back. And I can't remember what percentage. I think that they would just automatically take if they overpay you one for a month, they will take the whole month and you will get no money back. Don't quote me, but it's a larger percentage that your check will be cut for their mistakes. And do you think they are going to be making a lot of mistakes since they are understaffed and they are getting more work put on them? And who's going to suffer? Uh, on the heels of steep cuts to SNAP and Medicaid in the Republican mega bill, the 45-47 administration proposed a rule that would again target low income families for more benefit cuts. The 45-47 administration should reconsider rather than returning the public assistance household rule to an outdated standard that does not reflect changes over the last 45 4.5 decades. They should continue to protect financially precarious, older, and disabled people and the families who care for them. Now, this is by states. The estimated a number of SSI beneficiaries that would be affected. I'm going to stroll through here. Uh, uh, in Alabama. Red state, broke ass Alabama. Over 7,700 beneficiaries will be affected. Alaska, 200. Arizona, 4,900. California, 57,600 beneficiaries will be affected. Delaware, only 700 people. DC, 1,400 people. Florida, 30,800 people. Red state, Florida. Georgia, 11,600 people. Idaho, 1,200 people. Illinois, 14,400. Let's see. Kentucky, broke ass red state, Kentucky, 4,800 people. Louisiana, our Speaker of the House on broke ass red state, Louisiana. This will affect 8,100 SSI beneficiaries. I guess they can afford it. Massachusetts, 11,600. Michigan, 14,100. Broke ass Mississippi, 4,500 people. Missouri, 6,000 people. I hope y'all can afford it. You red state vote motherfuckers. New Jersey, 6,000 people. New York, 35,900 people. Ohio, red state, Ohio. JD Vance, Ohio, 16,000 people. Uh, Pens- Pennsylvania went red. Didn't Pennsylvania go red? 8,200 people poor people will be affected. Texas, red, everything's bigger in Texas. 23,600 people in red state, Texas. For a grand total of 386,000 people. Damn near 400,000 people. So, if you guys were unaware of that, I'm just giving you a little information that may be important to you, someone you love, someone you know, someone you hate, someone you heard about. I'm just giving you information. Now, let me see. Let me give you some breaking news. I will also drop this link in the description box. The only way legally that 4547 can put the military in American streets is by invoking the Insurrection Act. That's something that he has not done by law. That's the only way he can put the military in our streets. So,
We have some breaking news right now. Donald Trump is not ruling out invoking the Insurrection Act to allow military officials to conduct law enforcement activities against American citizens on American soil. He was asked minutes ago in the Oval Office, essentially, what would it take for you to invoke the Insurrection Act? And he said, it hasn't been necessary just yet, but if we see people getting killed in the streets and the courts are holding us up, then he would gladly invoke the Insurrection Act. Now, in America, we have something called the Posse Comitatus Act that prevents the United States military National Guard from conducting arrests or any other law enforcement activities on U.S. soil. There is an exception to quell rebellion, to quell unrest. He can invoke the Insurrection Act. And now he's saying, well, he may have to do that. That should send alarm bells off across the country. People need to know what's happening right now, so spread the word. Full breakdown on my Substack, linked in bio, so subscribe for free. And as always, follow along to stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. We have some breaking news right now. Donald Trump.
Okay, so
we have some breaking news right now. Donald Trump is not ruling out invoking the insurrection.
I'm going to drop this link in the chat. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let me drop this and see what you guys. Robberies on cameras about to go up 700%. And what are they going to be robbing for? Here's the link to that insurrection at food. Hey, T. Danielle, thank you for joining me. Take away the welfare, but don't make any new jobs for the people. Sounds smart. Sounds smart. It's about to be wild work out here. I didn't hear about that on for-profit media, so I just wanted. They are totally insane. I am telling you that. Yes, they are totally insane. Wait. Oh, just wait. Now, let's talk about what's going on with the farmers who voted for 45-47 by 77%, who are now begging for a bailout. 45-47 is saying that they are going to have to wait probably until around January before they start working on the farmer bailout. Why is this important? Let me reiterate the $20 billion that they gave Argentina to bail Argentina out. Remember, Argentina is the country that tried it. Let me play. Let me play this for you. One second. Why? Why is that important? I thought I had already pulled it up, but I will pull it up right now because I think that it is important to see what your government is up to. Uh, Let me share this with you. Okay, here we go. The real reason Trump is giving Argentina money.
Administration is talking about using $20 billion. Now, the Trump administration.
Right now, that has already been done. They've already done this. And let's figure out why.
Administration is talking about using $20 billion to bail out Argentina. So why is Trump abandoning his America First stance to help a foreign leader? And who exactly is Argentina's president Javier Milei, whose nickname is the Madman, who calls himself an anarcho-capitalist, and who is the inspiration for Elon Musk's federal cuts and chainsaw stunts? This crisis actually goes back to 2018, when the first Trump administration pressured the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, to give the biggest loan in its history, $57 billion, to the conservative president of Argentina at that time, Mauricio Macri, who was a wealthy former business partner and personal friend of Donald Trump. The goal of this previous bailout was to stabilize Argentina's economy and reduce inflation in the lead up to the 2019 election, which Trump wanted Macri to win. Now, despite Trump's meddling, Macri was very unpopular and he lost the 2019 election. But the new administration that followed was left with an enormous unpayable debt owed to the IMF, and then the pandemic hit, causing an economic crisis. This is where Javier Milei came in. He exploited that economic crisis and won the next election on a false promise to solve all of Argentina's economic problems by simply gutting government spending. Milei abolished over half of the government's ministries. He laid off huge numbers of government workers, slashed public sector salaries and benefits, cut pensions, and privatized state-owned enterprises.
Sounds familiar? Does it sound familiar? Pay attention. And what happened? The country went broke. And of our country, of all people, is the one who's trying to prop them up. After they sent the last president to the IMF to get what did he say, $56 billion to prop them up.
When workers and elderly retirees protested in the street, the libertarian president dispatched the police to violently repress them. All of this resulted in rampant poverty and hunger. Official government statistics.
Does that sound familiar? He sent the police to shoot at them for protesting the horrid conditions that the government had put them in. Does that sound familiar? And now all of the poverty. Let's see what happens afterwards. So how many people, how many jobs are going to be taken with already more jobs being looked for than they have available for the people to work? With a federal minimum wage sitting at $7.25. What's going to happen to this country?
Published in 2024, found that 53% of Argentina's population was living in poverty. Real wages plummeted immediately after Milei took power at the end of 2023 because he devalued the currency, causing inflation to rise much faster than wages. Under Milei, Argentina has become the single most expensive country in Latin America.
I stay, we get $20 an hour. I stay, they pay us $15. I stay, they pay us $17. Our state, your state can stop paying you $15. Your state only has to pay you $7.25 an hour. While people are unaware. It don't matter what your state is allowing to pay you. If enough of these corporations say, this is what we're going to pay you. You saw in my first video how America got rich off of underpaying workers. Now, they have sent all of these, they're sending all of these illegal immigrants out of the country. And they didn't want to pay them, but y'all still think that our state pay this. Our state keep playing, keep being dumb.
28% of people in the country are now suffering from food insecurity. Despite the growing hunger and poverty, Milei insisted the government should not intervene to provide food and social services because, according to his libertarian worldview, people will simply work harder so they don't die of hunger. Milei's victory in the 2023 election had also led to the inflation of a massive bubble in the Argentine stock market, and that has burst as well. So the Trump administration is stepping in not only only to save Milei, but also to bail out rich American elites who invested in risky stocks and bonds in Argentina, all while the Trump administration cuts Medicaid and food stamps at home. Right now, the Trump administration is talking about using $20 billion to bail out our.
Just wanted to give you guys that information. This is where we're at right now. This is where we're at now. What else do I have? Let me see. Let's talk about TikTok, shall we? No. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about some since we talked about all the reasons that 4547 is saying why the left are radicalists and are terrorists. Let's see if you guys have heard about this behind what happened to Charlie Kirk. Let's see if the for-profit media have told you about these stories. You know, sometimes it seems like they go quiet and hush. Did you guys hear about this story? Let's get into it. Two 17-year-old girls were run down by a 17-year-old boy because he did not like what they had to say about Charlie Kirk's death.
Just killed two women all over Charlie Kirk. In today's breaking story, a Trumper just killed two women all over Charlie Kirk. How's it going, everybody? Hunter Avalon here with Occupy Democrats. Welcome back to another video. Now, today's story is absolutely shocking, and it totally contradicts the idea that Trump is peddling that Democrats are violent. Of course, this is because Trump is a liar.
Right? The Trump administration lies. We have a president who's a known liar, and they have been lying about the situation all along. And in fact, they even shot tear gas grenades, I think, at a reporter who was simply driving by with her window open. And so we're urging people, we're urging our protesters, remain calm, peaceful protest, exercise your First Amendment rights, but videotape everything. Everybody has a phone. Tape everything so we actually have real evidence of what is happening. We know the Trump administration lies consistently. And what I am hearing is that for the large part, people are being very quiet, are being very...
Let me fast forward this. This. I just wanted that last story. Here we are, right here.
A Trumper just killed two women over Charlie Kirk. That's right. Take a look at today's shocking story.
70 miles per hour. That's how fast cops say a 17-year-old was driving when he mowed down two teen girls riding on an e-bike. Now, video has surfaced of the suspect shortly after the crash, laughing on a gaming site.
It's the creepy laugh of an accused killer. We're learning new information about 17-year-old Vincent Battaloro, accused of intentionally slamming his Jeep into two best friends as they rode an e-bike. According to just-released court papers, police say he was driving 70 miles an hour when he plowed into 17-year-olds Maria Niotis and Isabella Salas. We found this video of Battaloro on a gaming site talking about pranking Maria by sending a pizza to her house. She reportedly had spurned his advances and had filed for a restraining order against him.
Hi, can I place an order for delivery, please? Can I get 2 large pepperoni pizzas? It'll be cash at the door.
He then lets out that demonic laugh. He tells viewers it's all because allegedly Maria had made fun of Charlie Kirk.
Whenever Maria sees the pizza guy come, better think of Charlie Kirk for making fun of his death. Stupid clown.
A fellow gamer asks if he'll drive to Maria's house to watch the pizza be delivered.
Oh, I did that the last time, but the mother saw me pull up in the car, and I got tracked, and the police, did what they did.
Battaloro made the video 9 days ago. On Monday, when the two girls were killed, police say Battaloro fled the scene before they found and detained him and issued him an astonishing 15 tickets. But he was not arrested because he claimed it was an accident. The next day, Badalora went online to express his condolences.
In a neighboring town, unfortunately, 2 girls were killed in a hit and run crash. I wish my sincerest condolences.
On Wednesday, after police discovered his connections to Maria Niotis, he was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Last night, Maria's mother spoke out.
She wasn't just my daughter. She was my best friend, my sunshine.
The families of both victims released a joint statement calling the suspect a coward of a man who had been plotting the attack for months.
Thanks so much for watching.
So, y'all ain't heard none of this. Now, you got 45, 47 using the opportunity of Charlie Kirk's death to write that NSPN or whatever 7 that I just read to you to target the left allegedly behind Charlie Kirk. And have you heard any of this? They kept this very, very quiet. Okay, so yeah, I had no comment, so I'll move on. I wonder if you have heard about this incident as well. Let's get into this incident. We what is that dude? Care about the kids. What is his name? In Miami, the rapper. Let me share this with you. Let me. If you haven't heard about these kids who were, let me see. Let me share this with you. I
mean, some answers in terms of who he is, but no answers as to why. And I think that's what everybody wants to know in these types of investigations. So hopefully we'll learn more here shortly. But here's the thing. Police didn't hunt down Thomas Brown. He came to police himself. Not as a suspect, though, but trying to give them information in the investigation. So here's what we've learned about Brown so far. According to the Army, Thomas Brown was in infantry in the Arizona National Guard for 9 years until 2022, served a deployment in Africa, and was a staff sergeant at the time he left the military. Well, now Brown appears to own a business 3D printing gun accessories for military-style rifles, though we don't know what gun was used to shoot the teens. Now, MCSO detectives say after the teens were killed, Brown contacted law enforcement to offer what he saw in the area, even providing drone footage. On Facebook, he posted about camping at Mount Ord with his dog Snoopy and his wife, who had left a day before him. He even posted about the crime itself on both Facebook and Reddit, calling it terrible news, and said it's, quote, devastating to see this happen to these two who literally are just starting their adult life. He is now facing 2 counts of first-degree murder. And, I mean, there's so much more we want to learn, but that's a little bit of his history here.
It seemed to come out of nowhere, this arrest, because I remember in June, the sheriff said, we're out of leads. We have nothing to go on. Please, if anyone else out there has a tip, please let us know. But it seems like he's been talking to them on their radar this whole time. In terms of what else we know about him.
He's been talking to them. On his own time since June. And have you even heard about this case? Since June. And he's been in their face, switching, showing his ass in their face, and they never would have thought it was him. What is the story, you may wonder? They don't really tell the story. Let me go back and tell you what this story entails.
We begin with the Fox 10 News.
Let's let's see what the story is.
Alert. Detectives now say DNA helped them track down the suspect in a high-profile murder case.
The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office giving an update in the arrest of 31-year-old Thomas Brown, who's accused of shooting and killing 2 Arcadia teens while on a camping trip. Fox 10's Kenzie Beach has been following the story from the very beginning. She joins us now live with what we are learning. Good morning.
Yeah, Ty, Anita, from the very beginning, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office says they were looking into Thomas Brown after Brown made multiple posts on social media admitting to camping on Mount Ord that weekend. He also gave tips to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, handing over video from that weekend, saying that he was helping them. But now Thomas Brown has been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder for the murder of Pandora Jules Root and Evan Clark. Now, deputies say this was a random attack on the 2 teens and Brown acted alone. The suspect, 31-year-old Thomas Brown, contacted the sheriff's office following the murders, saying he had video from the mountain the same weekend the teens were killed. But it was ultimately Brown's DNA found inside the 2 teenagers' car, on a pair of bloody gloves, and additional evidence at the crime scene that led to his arrest. 5 other witnesses came forward from that weekend who came across Brown on the mountain, who identified him and recall him acting strange. For the first time, we heard from Pandora Jules Root's mother, Simone, today, who says her daughter was full of joy and light. Simone contacted police after constant communication with her daughter went dark on May 25th.
Based on that evidence collected, Thomas Brown provided false and misleading information regarding his involvement. It was the comparison of his statements and that physical evidence. He mentioned that he flew a drone around the mountain, and that was one of the reasons that we could contact him.
The violent murders he committed against 2 innocent teenagers. My daughter's life matters, and I look forward to the day the perpetrator is convicted and punished for his crimes.
Now we're learning more about 31-year-old Thomas Brown, a Chandler, Arizona resident, former military. He is self-employed, involved in the 3D printing business. He does have a wife. We asked law enforcement if she is cooperating with this case. Thomas Brown also told law enforcement that his wife was camping with him that weekend, but she went home the day before the murders. So police will not say if she is involved in this case or if she is cooperating with law enforcement at this time. But Captain Lee did specify they are intentionally being vague at this point in the case to protect it going forward as it goes to trial. Thomas is being held on a $2 million cash-only bond. Reporting live in Phoenix, Kenzie Beach, Fox 10 News.
All right, thank you, Kenzie. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Hey everybody, Tim Miller from the Bulwark here with our
I just wanted to share that with you. I'm sure nobody heard about that. Now let's get into this TikTok thing. If you didn't know, 4547 extended TikTok. They wanted to buy it from China because they were so afraid of what China was going to do with TikTok. So I hope I didn't take it down. Let me share this out with you about TikTok. If you didn't know, Larry Ellison, that is the person that they are alleging that had a party in the Hamptons and put Charlie Kirk on the phone with Benjamin Netanyahu, and allegedly they are saying that Netanyahu offered Kirk $150 million to spew Israeli propaganda. Now, understand that Miriam Adelson is the wife of a casino magnate who passed away she allegedly gave 47 $1 million in his campaign. And they're saying that Larry Ellison, and she's a Jewish woman, strongly supports everything that Netanyahu does. And I hope it's on this one where they tell you how much money Larry Ellison has donated to Israel since this war has been in. I think it was a 300 and something $million. I hope it's this one.
Israel supporters have lost their minds. This doesn't look like America. What is this? Which banana republic are we living in? Jesus Christ, man.
Like, what are we doing here? Who cares whether or not the party is strong enough? The entire system is broken.
All they say is, well, they had the temerity to criticize beloved Israel. Who cares? Who cares?
Trump just greenlit a $14 billion deal that gives Oracle billionaire Larry Ellison partial control of TikTok. And he just happens to be the single largest private donor to the IDF.
They're giving money to a foreign army. That's their charitable contribution. And a foreign army in the middle of a genocide. Imagine if there were people who were like, you know what? The Germans just don't have enough money in the 1930s and 40s. We need to send them more money. The poor German soldiers. They have not been efficient enough in running the trains on time. We need to get the Germans more money. We would all be sickened and disgusted, right? I would hope so. But here are American citizens, incredibly wealthy ones, going, oh, the IDF, your genocide is not big enough. Here, but take more money, take more money. Just, please, please. If we could just get Gaza and the West Bank. You guys disgust me, but what I'm going to enjoy is TikTok, if that happens, TikTok crashing and being totally worthless, and then them losing billions of dollars, also Paramount, CBS, etc. When people go, why would I watch CBS News? They're avowed Israeli propagandists. I'm not interested in Israeli propaganda. I know they think, oh no, it's okay. Shh, we just call everyone an anti-Semite. We just go ahead and we ruin their lives and we fire them, we arrest them. You live under Israeli control completely, but if you say it, then we call you an anti-Semite. And you complain about 20,000 dead Palestinian kids. Who cares about them? Say the racists and the bigots. Oh, but that's okay, we'll just arrest you, deport you, whatever. But if you complain, that's okay, we own all the media. But by the way, don't say we own the media as we go to buy the media, but you're not allowed to say it because only we're allowed to control algorithms, only we're allowed to control the media. And by we, guys, for the billionth time, I don't mean what they say.
What they are going, the algorithm thing, this is Larry Ellison is going to be in charge of the algorithm for TikTok. So whatever he wants to promote, like Elon Musk is in charge of his own algorithm and he pushes his own messages out, I believe, 1,000 times more than any other content is pushed out. Whatever content you're doing on TikTok is going to be approved from the Israeli loving Larry Ellison. So Leonard, I definitely agree with you. So let's finish this up.
Israel does not represent all Jewish people. Nobody called my friends, Jewish friends and family, and said, hey, you guys want to buy TikTok to do Israeli propaganda? Hey, would you like to kill more Palestinians? They didn't do that, okay? No, these are pro-Israel zealots, total radicals who say, no, Israel above all. And if they haven't killed enough Palestinians, here's $16.6 million. Here, oh, you know what? Here's billions to buy CBS and TikTok and maybe CNN. And we're gonna get the Israeli censors in there. Okay, all right, thank you for admitting it. We appreciate it, we appreciate it. Anything the Ellisons buy, we'll ignore. And so hopefully they'll have no value at all, and then we'll get to enjoy our lives without Israeli propaganda. So I'm old enough to remember when police in America didn't have masks and did have badges. and didn't look like they were out of a banana republic. And when a owner of a business came up to them, that was 79 years old, they didn't immediately tackle him and throw him to the ground. But apparently we're not in that America. So when you see that video, I know there's a portion of Americans who will look at it and go, yeah, attaboy, take that 79-year-old American and smash him to the ground. He's rushing up to you. I mean, you don't know what, yeah, he looks like a real threat, that guy. A good thing, yeah, that's it, smash him, right? What if that was your dad? Okay, and keep rolling the video, So then he goes outside. He's not running now. Like what, running? A 79-year-old running apparently was a big problem, right? He's like, look, I have the papers. And they're like, oh, you have papers. Oh, we're not interested in evidence or documentation. We're interested in kicking this 79-year-old's ass and then taking him to a detention center. I mean, look at this, look at this. Does this look like America? It looks like, they say that they're trying to get people from Mexico and Guatemala and bring them back there. You don't have to. This looks like a scene out of Narcos. This doesn't look like America. What is this? The stronger side wins. The side with better message. I can't tell you if it's Democrats or Republicans, but when I tell you how you're going to know, you're going to get worried. The stronger side wins. The side with better messaging wins. Because you have to be out there from today to the day that it gets resolved, out all over media, TV, podcast, every kind of media you can imagine out there going, we're for the healthcare, they're against the American people, against the American people. Why did you steal their healthcare from them, etc. Right? And then you would break the Republicans, the old days. Now, the Republican politicians are the ones you should target because that makes sense in this case, right? But will the Democrats do that? They'll probably go, well, according to clause 37 BC, we are. So, as I tell you who's, what the victory is going to be based on, I'm super worried because the Democrats are the absolute worst in getting the message out of any party I have ever seen in any country in my lifetime. Okay, so now, and look at the framing though of mainstream media. To be fair, they also have mainstream media against them. Now, like normally, on social issues, mainstream media is on the Democrat side, right? But on economic issues, they're totally against Democrats, even though the Democrats are usually faking it. But anyways, so in this case, they say, oh, well, I've seen tons of reports like this now. Oh, the Democrats and Chuck Schumer are only doing this to appease their base, because their base wants them to fight the Republicans. What does that mean? Are they not supposed to listen to their voters? Like they're literally chiding them for the first time ever listening to their voters. Like, oh, the Democrats, how dare they listen to their voters? They're just being driven to try to protect healthcare for Americans because of their voters, right? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Is that what you want? No, because mainstream media hates the voters and never wants you to represent them. How do I know that the Republicans in this case are not full of crap? Like, so they're enthusiastically going, oh, now we're gonna get to fire the federal workers. During Doge, we fired people. Now we're gonna fire more Americans. We love to fire people, and that makes sense. Donald Trump's catchphrase was, you're fired, right? So if you're an average American, you're working for the government or something else, they love firing you, right? Why don't they fire any of the subsidies? We can save a lot of money if we stop giving $35 billion to oil companies. That's money out of our pocket. Why don't we stop that? No. Can we stop funding Israel's genocide? How dare you, anti-Semite? No, we fund Israel no matter what, okay? We fund oil companies and drug companies no matter what. The Americans fired, you're fired. My donors wanted you fired, okay? So Republicans, you mean anything? Look, again, politicians and voters are very different. The voters have been misled for a long time on both sides. So I know Republican voters don't want to give those subsidies. There might be a couple randos.
I knew I couldn't hang in there along with him. I am sick of Cenk Uygur with the both side-ism of this bullshit. Call a thing a thing. He said all of those words, and he never once said that the Republicans were lying about healthcare being given to illegal immigrants. all of that jaw jerking to try to get to some both sides ism on this bullshit. Uh,
Hey, all.
I'm kind of sick of
Caroline Levitt
the Young Turks. Now, let me show you what a real reporter does. Let's get into this.
is in an increasingly untenable position. She is regularly hit with brutal fact checks, and she cannot do anything about it. Her own legacy as a press secretary is beleaguered, to say the least. But at the same time, she's defending the indefensible. Levitt almost got it here when it comes to undocumented migrants receiving emergency room care. She almost stumbled across the truth, but not quite. Listen to this. I love this clip.
And it is an undisputed fact, a fact that under the Biden administration, illegal aliens were absolutely receiving taxpayer-funded health care benefits. In fact, in fiscal year 2024, Medicaid costs for emergency services for illegal immigrants skyrocketed by 142% from the previous year to 9.
Emergency room have to treat everyone that come in the emergency room, but she's trying to make it seem like these people are on Medicaid. That's the she almost got it part.
$1 billion. That's 9.1 billion taxpayer dollars that were going to emergency services for illegals.
So how much she's complaining about the $9.1 billion that was going to emergency services for illegals. Now, how much money is going to go to emergency service when they kick 17 million people off of their health care, off of their Medicaid? How many of these people are only going to have the choice to use emergency rooms as their doctor because they no longer have a primary care physician? How much worse will their symptoms be when they go to get emergency room care? Huh? How many people will die because they don't get the tests needed to determine what's happened, what is wrong with them once these emergency rooms cycle them through the system without doing proper testing? How many people who are tested are going to wind up with a stage 4 diagnosis that that has been bugging at them for over a year or more, which when it could have gotten treated and caught at a stage 1 or stage 2 if they still had a primary care physician on Medicaid? How much is that going to cost? Lives. That's what it's going to cost. Money and lives.
Between President Trump's last full fiscal year under his first administration and Joe Biden's last full fiscal year, Medicaid spending on emergency services for illegal immigrants nearly tripled. There was an increase of 196% between 2020 and 2024. And I have a chart here for you, and I'm more than happy to email it to you. I'd also like to add.
I have a chart here for you, and I'm more than happy. Who is this chart from? We can trust this. Who made this chart? They always are turning around charts. If you wanted them to have it, you would have had it where they could pick up the chart to understand what you're reading from as they sat down, bitch.
Because some were asking dishonest questions yesterday about emergency rooms. In Southern California, according to healthcare professionals in 2023 under the Biden administration, Southern California's, quote, entire healthcare system was being bombarded with illegal immigrants and forcing American patients to endure longer wait times. In Denver, Colorado, the CEO of Denver Health stated that 8,000
Listen carefully because she almost gets it here.
illegal immigrants made 20,000 visits to the city's health system in 2023, leaving an uncompensated bill totaling over $10 million. So when an illegal alien goes to the emergency room, who's paying for it? The American taxpayer.
She almost gets it. When an illegal alien, she says, goes to the emergency room, who's paying for it? The American taxpayer. And she's almost stumbling across a really important aspect of this. When anyone without insurance goes to the ER, Americans pay for it. Doesn't matter if they're documented or undocumented. That's why we've been saying for decades, give everybody health care because using the emergency room as your primary care is really expensive for everybody. Now, you might say, well, but David, that's only because the ER legally has to treat people. Just allow ERs to send people away if they're undocumented or don't have coverage or whatever. Think about that for a second. If hospitals could refuse care based on ability to pay or immigration status, first of all, it lets people die in waiting rooms. Like, it allows letting people die in waiting rooms. You're at the hospital. This is the place where they can do stuff to save your life. But we're going to check immigration status, ability to pay, and just let some people die in the waiting room. That's something, as a rich country, we're going to be okay with. What kind of sick moral code allows that? Someone having a heart attack, a pregnant woman in labor, a kid with appendicitis. If they can't prove insurance or citizenship, let them die in the waiting room. That is a death lottery. That's not a healthcare system.
And that is exactly what we will be under, and we're not going to have illegal immigrants to blame for it. Understand, understand, and they're talking about well, they're not going to extend the Affordable Care Act. They're going to let that die, but they will have their own health care proposal available soon. You know, those 2 weeks. So let me end with this. This is what's going on. This is what's going on in America right now. Uh, uh, you know, the left is the problem. We are terrorists and this, that, and the other. Uh, ICE opened fire on this journalist for photographing a public street. The barrier is up here. This is where Room Shaker is sitting outside. But Room Shaker, okay, Room Shaker is saying what she thinks, not not what she knows. I've been over to Room Shakers, and she was saying, they say that they gonna send Antifa out here, and Antifa is about to start blowing stuff up and setting stuff on fire. And I had she has a whole lot of these right wing people in her chat. She's telling Fox News to go on and use any footage of hers that she wants. When Fox News is getting paid millions to propagandize what's going on in these streets. What I told her is, you need to get paid for your material. They're getting paid for their material. You should get paid for your material, but you need to understand that Antifa, there is no such thing as an Antifa group who has been called out to do anything. These people are walking up to her. You know, you have left and right people walking up to her saying, yeah, Antifa. Like, that's one of the things my mother used to always say. Who is they? Room Shaker sitting up there. They said Antifa is has been called out, and they're gonna be setting fires. Not one fire being set. The problem is, if you know, you know. If you don't know, and when you're told different, when you're told from somebody who is trying to give you the factual information, do not continue to espouse propaganda. Uh, in this Portland situation, some of the videos that I had live streaming from the Portland, this Antifa, the Antifa's out here, Antifa, and then after hours of no action on this Portland scene, they still calling these protesters Antifa. But Antifa, they're not as ramped up as they were before. They're not as bad out here before. You were coming out there hoping to see some destruction from people who are rightly protesting their government. As your 4547 told you that Portland was burning down, it's on fire, it's a war scene. And you have these right wing people going down there hoping to see it, believing it. These are people believing it and calling protesters who have their right by the Constitution Antifa, when there's no such thing as Antifa. So make sure you spread the truth. I just will share this with you guys as I'm leaving. I thank you guys for showing up. I appreciate your support. All of the people who catch me on the backside, the replay gang. America.
I approached the fence to take some photographs of what was on the ground. There was all this graffiti, and just to do my job as an independent journalist. And they said, if you don't go back, you're going to get arrested. And I was like, I'm on a public sidewalk, I'm pressed. And the ICE agent said, I don't give a fuck. And then as I started walking back to get a picture, they shot me, I think about 10 or 20 times with pepper balls. My head hurts pretty bad. And that pepper stuff is in, like, it's still in my cameras, it's in my backpack, and it still reactivates, and I still find myself coughing.
You want to see what real independent journalism funded by the people for the people looks like?
Have you ever heard a story like this in America?
Covering President Trump's deployment of ICE, Border Patrol, and what I call the stormtroopers. We've been on the ground for nearly 2 weeks. Everyone has seen the horrifying images of clouds of tear gas, stun grenades, flashbangs, pepper spray, all of it on unarmed peaceful protesters. But footage was sent to me of you, just an independent photographer at the Broadview Detention Center. You know, it was relatively calm as you were trying to just take photos, do your job, when you were just assaulted. What happened where they started firing at you? What did they say to you, if anything?
Yeah, so I had arrived there, I think, around 9 that morning. And this was Saturday, the day after Kristi Noem and that big kind of music video shoot that the Border Patrol was doing. This is the day after that. So I got there, there's probably about 4 or 5 protesters in like the designated protest zone that they have set up, which is like behind these barricades, which you can see in the video. And as I arrived, a few people had just been shot actually with the same munitions, you know, the pepper balls. They were up at the fence trying to talk to ICE agents and they hadn't been shot. So I talked to them and asked what happened, and I sat around for like about an hour or so before I approached the fence to take some photographs of what was on the ground. There was all this graffiti, and just, you know, to do my job as an independent journalist. And as I was photographing, a bunch of I think it's the ICE strategic response team, a bunch of them walked up in balaclavas and said, hey, you can't protest over here. I said, I'm not protesting, I'm press. And they said, if you don't go back, you're going to get arrested. And I was like, I'm on a public sidewalk, I'm going to continue to take pictures. And they said, okay, we'll be back. And so about 45 seconds later, 10 or 20 ICE agents approached the fence, said one more time, you can't protest here. And I said, I'm pressed. And the ICE agent said, I don't give a fuck. And then as I started walking back to get a picture, they shot me, I think about 10 or 20 times with pepper balls. In the head, they shot my camera a few times. I got pretty lit up, but they knew that I was pressed. I told them that I was pressed, and they still, shot me. And in their effort to shoot me, they missed a few rounds and ended up hitting protesters who were behind the demonstrated free speech zone. So people who were even, complying with their directives were being, assaulted by this chemical agent, which sucks. It sucks.
Now, you said you got hit by pepper balls in the head. You got a nice thick mane there, so you probably can't see any damage, but we were talking off air, like your head's hurting.
Yeah, it hurts pretty bad, actually. There's like a welt right here that I got. And they were definitely aiming for my head. You can see in the video, one hits my camera flash right in front of my face. So they're definitely aiming to cause the most amount of damage. I've also been around the country and around the world, actually. And in America, I've never seen it this bad, but it does remind me of how I've been treated. And, recently I was in the West Bank. I'm Palestinian, so whenever I'm there, I'm documenting what's happening. And, it reminds me a lot of the same tactics that the Israelis are using against journalists. Just indiscriminately firing upon them, threatening them, targeting them. It's very reactivating it. And
this is an image of your helmet, so you see all that white pepper ball kind of residue.
So I think there is actually a pretty serious risk that at some point someone's going to get shot because these ICE agents are so uppity. And they also love this attention. Whenever they come into the facility and they see protesters, they're waving, they're flipping us off, they're chirping back to us when someone is saying something. So it's obvious that at no point they're feeling threatened if they're going to go into a verbal altercation with somebody behind a fence. Mm-hmm. So this go ahead.
Let me also ask, because the governor of Illinois, he's made a big to-do about the Chicago police. The state police are not going to assist ICE operations, but we've been on the ground live, and Illinois state troopers are there. They're clearing roads for ICE trucks to get through. On Saturday night, they were there, basically, threatening protesters with arrest. You took photos. You got they're holding billy clubs here. There's the sheriff over here with, a gas mask, all the state troopers over there. They say to protect protesters, but they're holding billy clubs, threatening protesters with arrests and clearing the road for ICE to keep moving, presumably immigrants in and out of that facility. It does not seem like they're there to protect the protesters.
No, certainly not. There is, whether directly or indirectly, they are colluding with ICE and enabling their operations, without the state police, pushing protesters back. And actually, those barricades that we saw weren't put out by ICE. They were put there by the state police. The state police, whenever protesters are in the road or they get too loud, the state police are deployed with their billy clubs, threatening arrest. They actually arrested a number of protesters. And they're really providing security for the facility. So whether they're directly cooperating with ICE or not, the effect is the same, is that they're enabling their operations to continue in Chicago. I think I for sure saw the Illinois Stadies out there. There was the sheriff for Cook County, and there was maybe 10 or 15 local police departments out there. So it's very much, represented the entire spectrum of policing, from the local villages to the state to the county and then to the national, police forces that they have, who are all on the ground, enforcing ICE's operations and making sure that they run smoothly.
Got it. Well, hate to have to put it this way, but if you have to set up a GoFundMe to fix.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the link to this video. Hey, Red Wing, long time no see. It's good to see you. Hey, lovely one, it's good to see you as well. That's the link to this video. And speaking of fuck him being a reporter, I cannot leave here without the apartment complex. It is said that it's 95% Black people who live there, and they're trying to defend it, saying that they got 30 some Tranga Alagra gang members from this apartment building, and they're saying that. Let me give you. Fuck them kids. The ICE agents said, fuck them kids. So let me show this to you. I'm pretty sure you all have seen it. But I'm going to share this with you just in case you haven't.
Escalation of ICE tactics against the residents. We are getting new reports about a chilling and downright shocking escalation of ICE tactics against the residents of Chicago. In the middle of the night, hundreds of armed federal agents and police, backed up by riot trucks, smoke grenades, and helicopters, breached fences and busted doors in an immigration raid on an entire apartment building on the city's south side. They pulled dozens of residents from their homes and zip ties, including children, some of them without any clothes. They then held some outside for hours and dragged the others into rented vans.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face.
Neighbors like Ebony Watson says they ducked for cover as they heard several flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying. People was screaming. They looked very distraught. I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner. Because they was bringing the kids out too. Had them zip tied to each other. One of them literally laughed. He was standing right here. He said, them kids.
They zip tied the kids together. ICE put out a statement saying they were pursuing Trinidad gang members. But U.S. citizens living in the building say they were detained too. The cops told them that if they had any unrelated warrants, they wouldn't be going back home. 37 people were ultimately arrested after agents separated children from their parents on the street. And if you're looking at this and asking yourself, how is this legal? That is the right question to ask. And it has kind of an answer. And to understand it, you have to go back to Los Angeles this summer, where federal immigration agents started pushing the envelope on orders from the White House. They raided Home Depot parking lots and Walmart lots, and they grabbed people they saw. Near one Home Depot, masked agents with batons grabbed Narcisco Barranco, who has lived in the U.S. for more than 30 years and has 3 sons serving in the Marine Corps. Agents beat Barranco on the ground, dislocating his shoulder before detaining him. In Van Nuys, agents raided a car wash, remembering this, sending patrons and workers scrambling before the 79-year-old owner, who is a U.S. citizen named Rafi, tried to ask them what they were doing.
That is when Rafi was taken down by agents and eventually handcuffed. Rafi says he was injured in the process.
And they sit on me. This is my elbow, since a week ago. And this is my arm.
Rafi says he and 5 others at his car wash were taken to a federal detention center downtown. We're still working to learn more about why they were detained.
And that man is not alone.
Look how you got my hand. You're twisting that. I'm American, bro. What hospital? Yo, these guys are literally based off of skin color. My homie was born here just because of the way he looks.
Agents kept stopping people they suspected of being undocumented immigrants for no reason other than they weren't obviously white. Like Brian Gavidia, the man you saw there, the 29-year-old American. He wasn't arrested, but he says agents went through his phone for 20 minutes and kept his real ID card. Now, these are obvious violations of people's core constitutional civil rights, their right to equal protection and the freedom from unlawful searches and seizures. And victims filed a class action lawsuit. And after an entire bench trial, a federal judge sided with those victims and ended the ICE sweeps. And in her ruling, she wrote, "It is illegal to conduct roving patrols which identify people based upon race alone, aggressively question them, and then detain them without a warrant, without their consent."
And what I want to know, if they are looking for illegal immigrants to the country, and they hear these black people speaking English just fine, how are they then allowed to hold them? That woman said she was handcuffed and held for 3 hours by ICE agents as they go through all their homes. You should see how they left them homes like a pure out raid, shit everywhere, knocked down shit in their houses and everywhere. And now it is also being said that they are not going to. They are now. I'm seeing on CNN, Chicago creates ice-free zones to block agents and raids. That's what is on CNN right now. They tore up these people's apartments, and they say they are not going to reimburse anybody for anything that happens on these ICE raids. This budget that is the biggest police type budget in the whole United States. So they're not reimbursing anyone anywhere. A 95% black community. People are handcuffed in vans for hours. Children out there naked. And what did ICE come out and say? We did not zip tie any children. This is a lie that they are out here saying. We didn't zip tie any children. Now, how is it that you're looking for Trende Alagra gang members, and you're pulling up the records of black people who live in this building and tell them that they are not going home if they have any type of warrant out? Why are you even looking for warrants on black people? And when I hear people hooping and hollering and talking about acting like they are waiting on some action that is going to happen to other people, because wait until the action. Do you think that these bullets or anything that's about to go down is going to miss you and say, "Oops, I'm not here for you. I'm just here for the illegals," when they can't even do that as they rope down from helicopters on a 95% black residents. Now, a room shaker, when I talk to her and give her these facts, none of this is I don't know. I think she needs more air in that van. I think she needs to not drink as much Kool-Aid. But her response to this is, well, they said that they've been having problems at that building, and they say that the gang people are all over the place, and they say, who is they? Who are these they? And what does that have to do with the fact that they are stamping over the constitutional rights of black people because they don't give a fuck about you or your rights? I don't get it. Red Wings, you have got to start over at the start of my video. That was my whole entire point. This place is going to hell in a handbasket. Now, I thought that was it, but I do have one more thing I want to share with you. Oh my God. All of this is to all of this about the National Guard and all of this closing down the government. Even when the government is closed down, Mike Johnson telling the Republicans to take out another week and trying to pretend like he's surprised when no one's in the Capitol, and we want to work this out and we want to talk about it as you tell your Republicans shut down Congress and tell everybody to take the week off. Well, we're to believe that you want to talk about this and get this cleared up. Okay. So, all of this is to ignore what? The Epstein files. So, take a gander at this.
Term today, Mr. President.
Say it.
The Supreme Court is back, and they rejected today appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only.
The Supreme Court is back, and they rejected a appeal from Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her
chance of getting out of prison is a pardon.
Only chance for getting out of prison is a pardon. That is the question. The Supreme Court is back today, and they refuse to overturn her conviction. Her only chance of getting out of jail, prison, is a pardon. Listen to this stupid ass answer.
From you, is that something you're?
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Who? You know, I haven't heard the name in so long.
Who are we talking about? You know, I haven't heard the name in so long. I barely know the case. He did. I don't know what he's gonna say after that. But when I heard him say, I barely heard the name in so long. Your personal attorney, Todd Blanchard, was the one who went to her prison and interviewed her to make sure she was not going to say anything nefarious about you after it has been put out here that allegedly your name appears in the files many times. That was Jeffrey Epstein, your good buddy, just a good friend. I haven't heard the name in so long. Let's go back.
The name in so long, I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people who have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I have to ask DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it, frankly.
That was Donald Trump being confronted on the prospect of offering a pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell, now that such a move is the only option for her to be released. And I want to go through Trump's answer piece by piece and break down his very, very telling response here. So let's start with this.
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
You know, I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look.
Ghislaine Maxwell, man, blast from the past. I can hardly even place her. Sex trafficker's accomplice that I was best friends with for about a decade. That's the one? Thought so. Like, I'm sorry, but what is this game that Donald Trump is playing where he pretends like his association with Jeffrey Epstein and his criminal accomplice is somehow so difficult to place? How many other famed notorious sex traffickers and their accomplices is Donald Trump associated with that he needs to have all of this trouble placing these ones?
Who is she again? Who is she again? They are the worst actors. They are. Okay, I'm glad to see you back. Okay, so let me drop this link here for you. I thought that this was some bullshit. Uh, I haven't heard the name in so long. Where are the Epstein's files? Have you heard that name in a while? Where are the Epstein files? So we're in trouble. We are. It appears that we are definitely in a lot of trouble in the United States. I appreciate you all for. Oh, I think I do have one. I think I do have one more thing to share with you guys as well. Uh, there's been a lot of new stuff breaking. Uh, let me let me let me hold on one second. You guys do know that the Christian right is flipping their wigs because I think it's Bad Bunny. I believe Bad Bunny is doing the Super Bowl. Don't forget that. I guess that's it. Let me. I think. Let me show this. No, that's all I have. That's all I have. Go over there to the if you want to and check out the amazing Lucas. He also does a story about the Charlie Kirk fan who sat up there and told you how he was stalking the young lady and ultimately wound up crashing his car into her and her friend with the and then after doing that, coming back on and acting as if he was so sorry. The amazing Lucas did a show on that. You will enjoy. Thank you, very Carrie. Uh, Let me drop his link in the chat. Go over and check out the amazing Lucas because let me see. Okay. Uh, because this story is not getting any play. Leonard, I just did a story. What you mean, what the fuck? That's what you're doing. That's what you get for creeping away. Yes, I did the story. Oh, what the fuck you laughing? A Charlie Kirk supporter. There, but you don't hear the right. You don't see CNN. You don't see any of your for-profit media examining deeper into the story. I will admit that I did hear the story on CNN when it first happened, and they said that a car had crashed into two girls riding on their e-bikes, and they had a 17-year-old boy. I think I think they had him in custody at the time. That it was done by a 17-year-old boy. They didn't say if he was in custody. But now all of this has come out that he was mad at about what they said about Charlie Kirk. So yes, they off that Kirk juice for real. So go over there and check it out. You can rewind my video. I also let you hear what the news media had to say about that. Now, nothing is being said about any of these non-black men doing the things that they are doing. But not even 24 hours after Kirk's death, 45-47 administration was trying to figure out a way to try to blame this on the left and try to imprison people who did not agree with their administration. Stomp down free speech, and also pre predict who was about to commit a crime based upon what they know about them. You know how Palantir, that is Palantir's big thing. They say they get enough information on you that they can tell when you're about to commit a crime. That's some Palantir ass shit. So I've already given you that information on Palantir, and Palantir is in every branch of our government. So you guys have a safe weekend, and a remainder of your week, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's a lot of stuff I did not get to. I appreciate your support, and that's it for me. Have a great day, and I'll be here tomorrow, and I'll get to some of the stuff that I didn't get to. It is so hard to have 2 or 3 days off in this administration because so much is going on. But I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I appreciate your support. Have a great one. Bye bye.